Oh.
Good afternoon, industry leaders. It is our pleasure. It is our pleasure to welcome everyone to the 45th Inflection Supply Chain South Innovation Web Conference and Awards 2021, endorsed by the Singapore Institute of Materials and Management, Councils of Supply Chain Professionals, and organized by Alden Global Value Advisors. I am Namrita Kumaya from Team Alden Global and will be the host for the day. Inflection is a series of web and physical conferences and awards across Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Today, we are joined by top supply chain and technology leaders of India to make this conference an exciting communication platform for sharing best practices, the roadmap to the future, and innovative solutions. We welcome our cold chain partner, Celsius, and panel sponsor, Moglix. Our cold chain partner, Celsius, is a cold chain marketplace startup. It is the only aggregator platform in India which offers solutions for both reefer logistics and cold storage warehousing. Celsius' simple yet unique solution can be credited to its inspection as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic in India. The unprecedented nationwide lockdown in March 2020 exposed the shortcomings of the existing cold chain in India. Considering the sustained demand for contactless deliveries of essentials and anticipating the need for a robust and seamless cold chain to aid the distribution of the COVID-19 vaccine, the founders of Celsius came together to create India's first digital marketplace for the cold chain. Moglix, our panel sponsor, is an Asia-based B2B commerce company specializing in the procurement of B2B industrial products. We provide digital procurement and supply chain solutions across industries as well as making it tax compliant. They are 880 plus strong and headquartered in Singapore with robust warehouse and logistics network, providing procurement services across India, Europe, UK, and UAE. The conference theme is Accelerating the Supply Chain for High Growth. Today, 150 plus CXOs and more than 350 plus attendees have registered to gain insights from top leaders. Now, I would like to start with the first panel discussion of the day. The topic for the panel is Exceeding Availability Targets in a Complex Supply Network. Here I call the moderator, Mr. Ankur Chaturvedi from Emami, Vaibhav Agrawal from Britannia Industries, Umesh Madhyan from Coca-Cola, Mahendra Barve from ITC Limited, Swaroop Bose from Celsius.
Thank you very much, Namrata.
Thank you, Ankur. You can start the panel discussion.
Thank you very much, Namrata. Thank you to Alden Global and Celsius and Moblix, who are our sponsors, for giving us this opportunity for this panel discussion. I am privileged to lead and moderate this discussion today with industry stalwarts. And before I start, I would like to welcome all the panelists and wish all the participants a very good afternoon. The theme, Exceeding Availability Targets in a Complex Supply Chain Network, sounds very bookish, but trust me, anyone who is in the market today would agree that it is almost impossible to meet your availability targets 100%. Interestingly, over the last year or so, we have realized that availability is more important than demand. There was demand, but making products available became a bigger challenge. And the lessons that we have learned in the last few months is something which is going to stay with us. Now, since it is such a critical parameter, it is very important to measure availability. It is believed that whatever is not measured does not get recorded. Whatever is not recorded cannot be reviewed. Whatever is not reviewed can never be improved. This implies that to ensure that you improve in any field, you need to have well-defined KPIs and measures. I would call on Mahindra to please elaborate what is the ideal KPI matrix that can define availability in the complex supply chain network. Mahindra, please.
Right. Thank you, Ankur. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for joining. I think I'm with really industry stalwarts here in the panel. And thank you all attendees, and I wish you a very happy festivities. We have Dussehra coming up tomorrow as well. So it is really opportune time to come and meet all of you virtually. And yes, I think, if I look at availability and supply chain, see, once upon a time, it was like I have to, reach some goods to some place. I think that was the KPI. Then it went into JIT, just in time. Am I just meeting the timeline? But I think over a period of time, the supply chain KPI has become much more complex. So now it is no more a unidimensional measure, so we have multiple measures in one measure. And definitely the foremost is quality. Second is quantity. Is it on time? Definitely, but is within cost. And, are the all lines, all SKUs covered? Is the, inventory turnover as per norms? Is the traceability throughout value chain maintained? Is, gross margin wise availability available? For consumer, it is what is the cost effective or value drivers, whereas for the company, it is what is there for me. So, is my higher gross margin product available there? And definitely freshness. And, I think, and it goes on. If you ask me, with e-coms coming in and, say Amazon or Swiggy or Zomato kind of bringing in a lot of other things like machine learning and data science, which has evolved so much now that you can actually figure out what is the density of traffic in particular area and on particular day, and what kind of logistics you need to have in place in order to have the shortest lead time to reach from point A to point B. I think it is becoming much more complex in terms of delivering stuffs. And like we are into FMCG and into food space, and the kind of products that we deliver, right from atta to chocolates, or to ghee and milk, fresh milk, so everything needs different type of KPIs to measure and quantify. But ultimately it drives down to how efficiently you are delivering to things what customer needs at a point of time, and in the quantity and price that he or she is demanding. I think that is the simplest form of converting that into a KPI form per se. But I would say this will evolve, and with science and technology evolving, this will keep upgrading and updating, and all of us have to embrace to make sure that we are challenging ourselves and embracing these new things, and meeting those challenges. I think one last point, I'm sure this will come up in future as well. will be in terms of sustainability and whole environment, protection. I think, in the spirit of just, servicing goods, are we also doing it in a futuristic manner where my next 10 progenies are also, having a good life out there. So I think there are multiple such facets which I tried covering in terms of, what can be KPI for supply chain. I think it is becoming too complex, I would say.
Thank you very much, Mahendra. I would agree with you that it is becoming more and more complex, and thankfully so. That is why guys like you and I have a job.
Very true.
So, thank you for throwing insights on that. Now, one of the keys to availability is to have your logistics and warehousing right. Now, most companies today don't do this in-house. You need a partner to support you in terms of logistics and warehousing. I would request Umesh to throw some light on how a right partner can help you exceed your availability targets, and how do you, in the first place, identify the right partner for this job. Umesh, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, Ankur. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope each one of you is safe. All the very best to the participants who are fighting for the awards today. So, coming back to the question. So, for the warehouse partner or the logistics partner, sorry to disappoint you all. The world has moved away a little bit from having the warehouse partner and the logistics partner meeting your availability. There was a time when this was important, and there was a time where there was a slight disruption also in terms of turnaround time with people like Blackbird, people like Revigo, meeting timelines a little ahead of time and ensuring that you get your availability on track. But I think right now we are in the era of digitization and technology and also disruption. Given the pandemic has taught us finally to make things available with a bad forecast. So how do you, the right question is, how do you move beyond forecast? Without a forecast accuracy, how can you make still stocks available? How can you move on to replenishment from a supply planning standpoint and ensure that you are more closer to how the demand is moving rather than the forecast, which you can't predict right now because only God knows when there will be a lockdown, God knows when there will be a disruption in which kind of market. There is a huge channel mix which we all have seen during the pandemic. E-com is growing 5 times, 6 times. Modern trade is growing again about 50 to 60%. General trade is still not taking that pace. Instant consumption as a channel for IC is suffering big time. So it's not easy to forecast, and you should not expect people, demand planners, and our marketing and sales folks to forecast accurately right now. The forecasts will only start going from bad to worse. So I think it's super important for us to have processes and mechanisms where we beat the forecast, get closer to the demand, and make sure your availability keeps on improving as a process through replenishment, through also customer relationships. So there are many modern trades today who have evolved from a system standpoint, and they can partner you in estimating a certain demand in a certain geography with organic or inorganic number of stores which get added. So I think it becomes super important to work on those areas. But having said that, coming back to the question, your normal cadence of appointing a warehousing partner with a proper process is what is more important than the partner. For example, HCCV is one of the largest logistics handling organization. We do more than 5,000 trucks in a day, and everybody is aware of it, right? So with that kind of millions of storage which we have, we don't work with any 3PL. As of now, there is no 3PL in any of my warehousing locations or in plant operations. It's more a process in place, a strategy in place, which makes sure that our stocks are available all across, and it's decent. We are 96 plus in terms of making that happen, right? So broadly, I would want to urge people to have a stronger strategy, a stronger process, both in terms of logistics, in terms of turnaround time, innovation in terms of not maybe turning around faster, but turning around at the right time. Gone are the days when your customer needed stocks quickly. Today, the customer needs stocks consistently during the lead time which you have committed to him so that he can plan onwards more better. So I think those are the kind of tips I would want to give Ankur on choosing the right warehousing partner or the transport logistics partner. It's more important on the process and more important on the strategy for you to seek. That's my bit on this piece.
Ankur, you are on mute, Ankur.
Ankur, you are
sorry.
mute.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. Thank you very much. I would request Weber, who comes again from the FMCG side, and where again the multiplicity of SKUs and multiplicity of logistics partners, both for warehousing and physical movement, creates its own complexity. So I would come back to Weber with the same point, that how do you select the right partner and how important is it to have the right partner and how do you measure that? Weber,
Right.
please elaborate.
Right. So, Ankur, basically, in Britannia, we, as Umesh rightly said, it's less about finding the right partner, but having the right processes in place. And you adhering to the processes, you finding out partners who respect the processes that you lay is very, very important. The mindset of the partner has to be agile. What I have seen with my experience is there are a lot of people, a lot of CFAs, a lot of transporters who are very rigid in the way they work. Now, unfortunately, what COVID has taught us in last couple of years is that rigidness in terms of our ways of working does not work beyond a point. And we need to be very, very agile in the way we change our strategies, in the way we change our processes, in the way we bring the customer centricity as the first thinking, the way we think, rather than bringing the cost or any other parameter before customer centricity, is very, very important. And our partners need to be aligned on this. It is very important. So what we do is a lot of partner churn happened during COVID time, after COVID time, not during COVID time, but after COVID time, a lot of partner churn happened. Is what we actually saw. A lot of people who were not aligned in the way we wanted to work, wanted to move out, and we respected their decision and we let them move out. And a lot of new partners have joined. We have changed our entire distribution strategy. We are going direct to the customer. We are not bringing stocks to the depots. We are directly servicing them from the factories. A lot of we have changed us a lot, and the people who are aligned to us are staying with us. So that's the change that we have seen, and we need to find out partners who are aligned to our way of working, and that is, in my opinion, very, very important why we are selecting the partner. Second strategy is from availability point of view. I think postponement is a strategy that a lot of companies has to adopt to. So we need to move towards our demand centers, and the last leg of making a FG till then, let the goods be in a WIP situation. For example, let me give you an example. In 2012, I was working with Kimberly-Clark, and we make Huggies, right? So we had only one plant all over India, and we used to pack in pack of 5, 10, 20, 40, and then used to service it to all over India, 26 depots across India. Now, we had a situation where a pack of 5 is stocked out in Jaipur, but a lot of stock is lying in Delhi. Similarly, in Delhi, pack of 20 stock out and a lot of stock is lying in Jaipur. Now there's a cost where you then exchange both the goods between two depots and then service it from there. Instead, what you can do is we made large diapers in the factories and sent it to Delhi, right? Whatever you sell in Jaipur is the packaging plan of the packaging center in Delhi, and we'll convert it into final good and transfer it to Jaipur. That's the strategy. That's the postponement strategy. So our lead time actually decreased from 6 days to 1 day. And the amount of stock that you hold in all these depots also got down, the cost got down, the warehousing space got down, and our availability increased from 72% to 92%. So these are the kind of things that people have to think. In COVID also, we did a lot of strategies like this in Britannia also. That is something, so your partner should be able to invest in it. Partner should be able to understand all this. So all this are very, very important things when you look at your partner. He should be agile to IT. He should understand IT, what differences. If you're putting a CRS process in place, he should understand what is the benefit of a CRS process and how is it benefiting him. So it is important that he understands all this. So that's what my take is while I select my distribution partners, my CFAs, my transporters, apart from the regular things, the financials and everything. So
thank you very much, Vaibhav. Thank you very much. Mr. Barve, you would like to add something here before I come back to Umesh in a minute?
Yeah. See, I think Vaibhav has covered a very important point, and which we have learned during pandemic as well, because every state started putting lockdowns. And there were situations like a driver going to say state like Goa, and he had to be quarantined. So another driver had to take the vehicle out. So there were a lot of such difficulties people have already faced. And I think that is where business partners become so critical. I'm not only looking at logistics, but overall, handling of your goods. I think the business partners are very critical. And what we have discovered is, there are many opportunities available. See, I'll tell you one small example. We have a product called ganache, which is really delicacy, melt in mouth chocolate. But only problem with that is it has to be stored less than 15 degrees throughout. I mean, the day it is made, it is only 75 days shelf life. And it has to be only stored less than 15 degrees centigrade temperature. So we had to ship it out, in special couriers, air shipments throughout the country. And it was, costing a lot of money, in terms of looking at it. And then we tried discovering partners. So that is another way. I mean, there are multiple ways to discover partner. We tried figuring out who else does such kind of shipment, and we were surprised there was a fresh juice person who also was shipping out, and he was always taking it in part load. So it was really win-win for both of us, where we tied up with him and took our chocolates to many parts in the country, and he got benefited because of such partnerships. So I think there are multiple such opportunities. We have to really look out for them, and I think it augurs really well.
Thank you very much. I can see Swaroop really lighting up with your comment about having to move it quickly and in a cold chain.
Yeah, well, whenever it comes to cold chain and moving it quickly is something which interests me. So when I heard Mahendraji speaking about it, he gave one example. I had like 1,000 more examples. And pandemic taught us so much about moving shipments, tackling inefficiencies, tackling uncertainties, improving your overall experiences on how you move your product, how you want to store your product. I mean, we have had examples where our cold storage partners did not have labor. The vehicle was waiting, the storage was ready, the material was ready, but no labor. Literally, no one could actually take the material from the storage and put it in the truck. We had to tackle such things during the pandemic. But because of that, very honestly, a lot of innovations came into picture. A lot of things improved, efficiencies got in, which are continuing now. Now that labors are available, trucks are available, things have opened up. But the lessons learned are still continuing, which is a very important takeaway that we do from the pandemic. From all the bad things, there are a few good things that we can take away.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Swaroop. Umesh, you wanted to make a point quickly, please.
Yeah, I couldn't resist myself. I just wanted to add on these two call-outs Vaibhav very rightly touched upon. One, I think the future is towards single-touch logistics. There are product designs which we are creating where we are making it in a way that it is without any touch within the supply chain. How much can we directly go from end of the line, palletized onto storage, palletized onto the truck, palletized and loading to the customer? And the first time it gets opened up is when it actually gets placed on the shelf. So what is that kind of efficiency in packaging? What is the kind of single touch logistics where you add and depend less again on partners like Vaibhav said? And the point number 2, super important, agility, I think, is the game. Not intending to give any gyan here, but the idea is that if your supply chain processes are such that you are able to adapt with the changing systems quickly. For example, when the pandemic hit us, all of us have tried channels like Zomato, Swiggy, Dunzos. We all tied up with them. You could see a separate Coke section for ordering on a Zomato app during the pandemic. That was expensive, of course, but we tried that during the pandemic, made sure that we trade off service over cost, and then come back to our traditional model. The moment things are normal, go back to cost. So agility is what where you have to decide automating transport, automating warehouse, automating loading, unloading, and move back and forth, trading of service and cost. I think that's what the game is. That's what the future is probably. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Umesh. Umesh, when you made the remarks earlier, you talked about a very important aspect, that of planning. Now, it's a very popular saying, if you fail to plan, you're planning to fail. And all of us know that we plan a lot, but a lot of times our plans fail. So fail and plan normally are always coexisting, and we always need to come up with a plan B, plan C, plan D. Since we are talking about the pandemic, I'll share a very small, I'm sorry, I'm taking some time away from my co-panelists, but this I can't help but share this very interesting story, which some people here would be aware of. During the pandemic, suddenly the demand for sanitizers shot up. We did have sanitizers in our portfolio. At that time, I was heading the international supply chain, and we used to make a few 100,000 units a year, and half of it would be written off or given away as schemes because no one would buy the sanitizers. And suddenly, every salesperson started from every continent, from every country, started asking for sanitizers. So we tied up with quite a few third-party manufacturers in India to start making sanitizers for us for export. On the 21st of March in 2020, the government banned export of sanitizers. So we were stuck. Fortunately, Umesh talked about agility, and I'm very proud to lead or to have led a very agile team. I don't no longer lead that team. And we immediately set up a partnership with a company in UAE to manufacture sanitizers, because UAE allowed us to manufacture and export. We shipped out a few containers from there, and then suddenly UAE government again put an embargo on exports of sanitizers outside GCC. So we were stuck the second time. So this time we moved to Sri Lanka, and because we were stung twice, we negotiated with the government, and the government agreed that irrespective of what policy they come up with, they will not stop us from exporting sanitizers. That's the deal that we had with the government, and we started manufacturing in Sri Lanka. Now, Sri Lanka, as you would assume, does not have a very evolved packaging industry. So most of the packaging was being imported into Sri Lanka from India or wherever. And once we started manufacturing in Sri Lanka, the government didn't stop our exports, but they ran into a severe forex crisis, and they banned all non-essential imports. So now we could not import packaging. Fortunately for us, by then Indian government allowed exports, and we could continue supplying the sanitizers. So just wanted to share this interesting story. But again, this is something which was unforeseen, which was unprecedented. But like I said earlier, if we are failing to plan, we are planning to fail. I would request Vaibhav to please share how proactive planning can improve availability across the supply chain network. Vaibhav, please.
Thanks, Ankur. So I guess we are all supply chain professionals, so I don't need to tell anyone how planning impacts the overall availability. So what I'll probably pick up is the word proactive from from the word proactive planning and want to talk about it. So so theoretically, if we go, there are four types of plannings that we have in demand planning, especially. So one is your reactive planning, second is inactive planning, third is predictive planning, and fourth is proactive planning. So basically, proactive planning says that you
Well, just
yourself
one
are
addition, there is no planning, maybe.
that is reactive planning. Is what I would clarify.
Zero planning. Plan as you
Zero
go.
planning. Right. So, but from a definition, proactive planning says that you are basically not only looking inward and trying to plan, looking at your sales history or something, but you're actually looking outwards and looking at the trends that are changing in the market, the seasons, what your competition is trying to do. For example, what Nokia did not do was a proactive planning. They did not look at Android and are dead now. So proactive planning is looking at what's happening in the market and changing your products, your services accordingly, so that you are able to service to the demand. So I guess proactive planning, in my opinion, is the only way the companies would be able to survive in future. So, for example, let me take example of Britannia. So we have what we have seen is people have started moving from your low cost biscuits to say more premium biscuits, and hence you'll say that more and more of our offerings are towards premium biscuits, and less and less dependence of us is coming towards the mass biscuits. Though the mass biscuits still dominate the overall market, but we're seeing that the trend is there where premium biscuits are increasing and the mass biscuits share is going down. So probably that is what even ITC is doing. The kind of chocolates ITC has launched are all super premium chocolates, and probably what they're also seeing is that the demand of mass chocolates are going on, and there is a new class which is evolving, which needs more premium chocolates, and that's where they're trying to cater to. If you see, look at dairy milk, the dairy milk demand is going down, the demand of silk is going up. Now, silk is a premium chocolate. All of us understand that. So basically, these are the trends that one has to see, and then one has to react to it. One example. So how do you do that? So first is that you do a GVP. So you have a lot of retailers. So let's understand. Indian industry is divided into general trade and then modern trade and new channels like e-commerce and all. Now, general trade, it's very expensive to capture the secondary data, the tertiary data. So it's difficult to predict the trend, what's happening in the market. But if you look at the modern trade, the e-commerce, they have a lot of point of sales data available with them. And they are the ones who can, with them, if you do a GVP and plan with them, you'll be able to pick those trends quite easily on what's selling, what's not selling, what's going out of stock very quickly, and all that. So in my opinion, it is important to use all this data. A lot of FMCG companies have started putting things which capture their point of sales data, and then they supply to what's selling. With this, and then information sharing with the back end, and putting back end in work. As soon as a product is sold from the market, the back end gets that information, makes that product, and then fills back into the supply chain, is again very, very important. So the agility part that we talked about plays a very, very important role there. A lot of companies have started direct to consumer. So you order. So they have made their own websites. They take orders on their websites. They don't need anyone. They directly use companies like Delivery, Shadowfax to directly send it to the end customer. So a lot of these trends are changing, and I guess these trends are going to evolve much, much more in future. And people need to learn towards it. Let me give you an example. Marico as a company, I was reading it somewhere. I have not seen it myself, but I was reading it somewhere. Marico as a company, what they've done is they have made windows. So all of us take windows as FMCG companies. There's a motto called "Jo dikta hai, wo bikta hai." So you need the visibility at the window, right? So they have taken windows in the retail shops and they've put their products there. They also put IoT and the sensors there. As soon as that product picks up from there, they get the information back, and somebody from the distributor has to go and fill that back up. So that's what they're saying. So one, they're getting all the information of point of sales, what is selling, when is selling to whom, and all that information is what they're getting. Second is as soon as it's sold, it is again replenished so that the consumer never sees an empty shelf. This is exactly what Cadbury also tried to do. So they have visi-coolers. So there's a planogram which is set for a visi-cooler, and the distributor has to keep the chocolates in that planogram. So as soon as the chocolate is picked up, Cadbury will get the information back. So these are the kind of things people are doing in industry, and it is important that all of us also make our supply chains, our RTM agile in the sense that we are able to do the right planning. We're able to get the right inputs to do the right planning. And if we get the right inputs to do the right planning, then planning is the key. If your planning is right, and then you're executing to your planning, then your availability will improve to leaps and bounds. And that's how
Thank you very
I guess
much.
planning is important. Proactive planning is important in the overall availability.
Thank you very much, Vaibhav. You very rightly pointed out that it is important to have the right data, to pick up the right markers, to analyze it correctly, and make an informed decision. I would request Swaroop to please share what are the technologies available to achieve this.
Thanks, Ankur. Now, I guess it's my time to speak when it comes to technology, because I am from a technology background, running a technology company. What the thing is, Ankur, data is always there. There is a lot of data that we can capture, that we can analyze, that we can work on, make a AI predictive model. But today, the necessity is to organize this data properly. It's not just about the data which is being generated from day-to-day transactions, logistics, supply chain. It's also the technologies which are coming in, which are helping us understand the whole supply chain better, from end to end. Weber was just talking about tracing IoTs in something as small as a window, where if somebody picks up something, they are able to monitor it. I'll give you an example. When the pandemic hit and CoWIN platform was introduced, which was a great initiative by Government of India, where it's one of the biggest platforms for COVID vaccine distribution. But one thing they lacked is live temperature monitoring of the vaccines once it's left the manufacturing unit. They couldn't monitor it live while it was in transit, and they couldn't monitor it live once it reached a distribution point. And that is when they called upon all startups, all technology companies to come in and help. It's not that IoT devices are not readily available, or IoT devices are not manufactured in India. The problem is people don't have the knowledge or the outlook towards what is available as a technology base. We have got the latest temperature sensors, GPS sensors, door sensors, diesel monitoring systems, telematics. The issue is when we boil everything down to a transporter level, or we boil it down to a single cold storage owner, they are not exposed to the kind of technologies that are available out there. And the choices are massive. It's if you talk about installing a temperature sensor or GPS sensor, you can come across 50 people doing the same thing. What is needed for you? What kind of technology you can bring in? We have had some new systems come in which are monitoring live product at the warehouse level. Using blockchain technology, you're able to track each vial of vaccine right up to the point of administration. You can monitor your boxes coming in and out of cold storages live, so you have a live inventory record whenever you need it. All these things are being driven by technology. So it's not just about what technology is out there, it's about how the adoption is.
Thank you very much, Weber. Thank you very much, Swaroop. Weber, would you like to add on this?
Sure.
Any technologies that you think are being used, can be used, should be used?
So I won't probably talk about a particular technology, but basically I would say that the way I look at it is that technologies can do two things for you. They can generate intelligence for you, or they can automate things for you, right? So we would have to look at from both point of view. So for example, let's talk about generating intelligence. So there are a lot of, so first of all, 10 years down the line, the IoTs were very, very expensive things. They're big size sensors and all that. Now with the technology getting more and more mature, the size of the sensors is become very, very small, and the cost of the sensors are also very, very cheap now. For example, let's talk about temperature monitoring, this thing. The size of the temperature monitoring gauge when we used it in Cadbury's 10 years back was pretty big. Now it is just a chip, right, that you can put in a vehicle, and it works pretty fine for you. So the size and the cost of the sensors have come down. But what the sensors do is they generate a lot of data. Now, with all this data, how do you handle data is also very, very important. And that's where probably the blockchains, the connectivity, the cloud servers, all this comes in help for you. There you can, and you can transfer the data from one device to another device. You can store the data. You can use it for later amount of time, and that's what is happening today. Third is generating intelligence out of this data. Now, this is where a lot of TMS systems, a lot of WMS systems, all this comes in, which helps you to make some sense out of this data and take right decisions. Now, where we lack today, in my opinion, is all this technology is available. Now, the people who are making this technology do not necessarily understand the business side of it. And the people who are in business side of it do not understand the technology. So I guess from a education system, from our training system, I'm not talking about school education and college education, but I'm talking about the way we train our employees, the way we pick our employees to work. I guess it's very important that all these match. So the employees understand the technology, and the technology understands what business needs. The people who are making also understand what supply chain people need. And once this, and I've seen that this has started happening. The new graduates which are coming from MBA colleges have this understanding of business also and technology also, and they're able to match it pretty good. So this is a change that I've started seeing in the industry also, and the technology side also. Once this happens, I guess then there's no stopping us. And the technology is the way we will drive our entire supply chain. Now, there's a flip side to technology. Now, the flip side to technology is if our dependence on the technology becomes very high, technology does not become enabler, but sometimes technology becomes a disabler also, because our processes become so stringent that we are not able to do things. Let me give you an example. We all use SAP or a ERP system, right? Our billing stops the day the server is down, right? Now, the ERPs were not there 20 years back, but we were doing billing. So why can't we do billing without ERP server today? Right? But our processes and everything has become so stringent in and around that technology that it will stop everything. Similarly, we automated we automated few of our depots, plant depots, and if there's a breakdown in the depot, the entire plant comes to a halt because the loading and unloading stops, the storage is filled, you can't produce and store more, right? So the dependence of our technology needs to be little agile, and in such a way that the technology becomes an enabler for us, not a disabler for us. So this is a catch that we have.
Absolutely. Very valid point.
In fact, adding to what Vaibhav said about technologies like TMS and WMS and these systems being in place, I would say that one of the biggest problem today is these are all independent systems running around. WMS is not talking to a TMS is not talking to your SAP. The SAP is not talking to anybody at all. And when servers are down, nobody is talking. Everyone is just fine. The problem is when these independent systems don't co-work, you cannot build a model. Building a model where a predictive analysis, a requirement of logistics and requirement of storage, warehousing, production, which area requires what was the sale last year, when the numbers keep increasing. See, we in 10 years back, what was our population? Now, what is our population today? The perishable cargo. Now, I talk about the cold chain sector. I'm from the cold chain sector. I don't comment too much about the dry logistics, but in the cold chain sector, Every perishable cargo is a commodity which will go to waste if you don't monitor and use it within the shelf life. Now, the shelf life of these perishable products are small. So the more you use it, the lesser it costs. If you talk about fresh fruits, vegetables, how many quintals and tons of vegetables and fruits do we throw away? If you go to visit a APMC at the end of the day, you will always see truckloads going just being thrown away because of unavailability of technology, because of unavailability of keeping them properly. Now, this happens because the demand and supply don't meet properly. Where the demand is high, the supply is low. When the supply is high, the demand is low. It cannot be transferred. All this, and going against Weber's point that technology as an enabler or a disabler, very frankly, technology will always be an enabler. The problem is the people using it become a disabled category. I would say that. Nobody really develops a technology thinking about it being a disabler. But the problem is people using it don't use it how it is meant to be. And that's where the point is. The technology can never be a disabler as long as the people who are developing it know what they are doing. And hopefully people like us can work on it.
No, absolutely point. The only point that I'm trying to make is the very high dependence on the technology, which then enables your entire process. And when the technology is unavailable, then we don't know what to do.
But Weber,
absolutely,
Britannia keeping increasing its production and Coca-Cola keeping increasing its production. If you don't start depending upon technology, what business you were doing 10 years back and now, and what you'll do 10 years down the line, it has to be technology driven.
Swarup and Vaibhav, let me be the true moderator here. I would without a doubt take both your points. Vaibhav, what you said, in the practical world, there are times when technology holds us back. But at the same time, coming to what Swarup said, if 2 years back I had asked you that none of your people will go to office, but you need to achieve your sales numbers, every salesperson would have said, not possible. But today, technology has enabled that. When we look at ERP, and when we look at what Swarup was mentioning about, that your WMS does not speak to your SAP, that is again a very practical problem which most of us face. And the problem is that we try to use different shoes on each leg. We go for over customization. When we go in for ERP, we decide what the ERP would do rather than using ERP for what it is made to do. And that is where the problem comes in. If you look at the current scenario today, most of the companies, and I can see Umesh very vigorously nodding on this, because I'm sure he'll agree with me that when Coke moved on to their pull-based planning, it was totally technology driven. And again, when you and I talk, we talk about modern trade and we talk about data from modern trade. And that is where we base everything, all our projections on. But for Coke went absolutely otherwise. They automated data from the panwalas, from the roadside stalls, and see where they have reached. So it is a question of using technology in the right manner. At the same time, we cannot become slaves of the technology. I get your point that we cannot be the slaves of the technology, but again, the only way we can move is with technology. Now, we are just coming to the end of the session and we would be opening for Q&A immediately after this. But I would request Umesh to quickly add on to what we were discussing, because I think he comes from an organization which has really shown how technology can give us good availability.
Umesh, absolutely. Please. Thank you so much, Ankur. So yes, so from a technology standpoint, we do try and jump on the data which we need. Like Weber also touched upon, we have almost close to 80% of distributors completely digitized. So we understand what's the tertiary, we understand what's the secondary is happening from the distributor. There is of course modern trade and modern trade data, and of course Nielsen data, which is integrated into the system from a planning perspective. SNOP and TMSs, both we use from Blue Yonder or JDA, how it was called. But having said that, yes, it is largely customized, how Ankur said. It's largely beverageized that way. It's not a standard solution which you get off the shelf in the market. And there's a lot of extent of customization you need to do to make sure you achieve what the destination is. I always believe you should not choose tools. You should try and first create the destination and then see who meets the destination the most. And that's what we did with them. We customized a lot. So we have mobility right now for truckers, for drivers. We have approvals, escalations on mobility. We also have MISs on a daily real-time basis of every order of every truck on mobility. There is track and trace, which is beyond GPS now using True Mobility, etc. There are order-taking systems which either run on RPA or they run on handhelds where our market representatives go on to the field and they do typically what Vaibhav was saying. We have something called as an RED score for a cooler, and there is a planogram. In Germany, for example, this is already digitized. So the market rep guy is not even taking an order. He's clicking a photo, saving it, and the order gets generated. That's it. So the planogram, the bottle size, the color, etc., everything is read through an algorithm in AI, and the order is generated. So those are the kind of technologies which have already evolved. And scale organizations like ours and other bottling organizations outside India have evolved to a larger level of actually trying to see how we read data more closely and replenish rather than we spend too much time in doing things like AI on demand planning, for example, making forecast accuracy from a 60 to 70%. I don't think people are now spending time there. People are more spending time in getting more granular data from the field. How can we get that and how can we use that into our system for replenishing them better? So yeah, we have IoT in the yard. You touched upon Vaibhav. We use ASRS and WC at about 3 sites right now. We also use TMS from a dock scheduling time slot planning perspective, where we collect the customer's preferred time of unloading and backward calculate no entry, loading time, etc. Our palletization is roughly 85% plus, which means every case which we produce is untouched till the distributor 8.5 out of 10 times. We don't touch them. And the 15% is largely due to this evolving new national key account channel, which Vaibhav you touched upon, e-com and modern trade and B2C, and those complications, how we will have to make it to palletize is a big challenge. It's a big cost for mixed layer making, etc. But largely 85% we palletize. So that's how we try to make the system more agile, rather than depending on forecast kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Umesh. I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their views, and a special thanks to Vaibhav and Swaroop for bringing a lively exchange or two contrary views, which are both true in their own sense. And I'm sure probably you both need to discuss this more elaborately to come on the same page at some time. Now, with that, I would open the house for question and answers. I would request someone from Namrata to please help us on how she would like to handle the Q&A. Okay, till the time Namrata is coming, I would request Mahendra to just share his insights on what he feels about technology.
No, I think now technology will become part of our lives, I would say, and it becomes indispensable. As, Umesh was just mentioning, I have also read about, Amazon implementing at a lot of places where there are cameras installed, and every packet picked up by a consumer, data is generated and back order is created in order to fulfill that. So a packet fulfillment it has come to that level, and I think it is all technology. And I was talking about the machine learning, data science that people have been using now in order to find out variety of aspects, density, traffic density, consumer density, when a shopper is likely. For just to give you an example, so now Amazon has done so much work on it that I order a coffee, every month I order 2 bottles of coffee, and it is particularly say first week. So I get a reminder, oh, now your coffee, order is pending or something like that. So, it is an integration of what you are surfing on Facebook, on Google, what you are searching for, everything has been integrated now. And there is a lot of backend which is happening in order to figure out everybody's preferences, what is working, what is not working, and why is it not working. I think there is so much data being mined, and generated and mined. So I think that it is enormous. And without technology, I think we will. I remember the day about last week, I think, when there was outage of everything except Twitter. And Insta was not working, Facebook was not working, and people were crazy. Now what do I do? I mean, so luckily there was Twitter, and there was banter on everything.
LinkedIn.
Next day I think RCB lost, and it was kind of, and I'm from Bangalore, so you could see how things happen. So I think without technology, there is no human life now. It is as good as that.
Thank you, Mahendra. And just to add to what Weber was saying, technological challenge, I just got disconnected.
Mahendraji, I think
So
RCB lost because Facebook was down.
Good that Twitter was working. People were able to vent their anger on Twitter.
LinkedIn. People came on LinkedIn saying that Facebook is down, so I am here.
So anyway, thank you. Very lively session. Got slightly extended. I would request Namrata to please help us with the Q&A. I think she's back online now. Namrata, you're on mute. Or I think
just one request is 3:30. I have another meeting to join, so I might have to log off sooner. So thanks everybody. I think it is a real pleasure.
Mahendra will take a gift. No worries.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Namrata, we were missing you.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, Namrata, I'm sure you also had technology issues. So that's another point for Weber to sort out with Swaroop later. So now that the technology issues are sorted out and Swaroop is back online, and so is Namrata. Namrata, can you please help us with the Q&A session?
She's gone again.
No technology issues on my side. We really cannot be down. If my servers go down, it'll create another pandemic for all the stuff we are moving.
I can't. I would be more than happy to take the questions, but I can't see the participants.
We can't see the questions. Yeah, we can't see the questions. Yeah. And I think Namrata locked out. So I guess because we all have a hard stop at 3:30. I remember Weber also saying he has a meeting or something.
Yes.
So we can ask Namrata if there are questions, she can send it to us and we can always answer it later on.
Right.
Yeah, let's take a couple of questions before we log off. I would request whoever can stay back. Namrata, you are back on.
Yeah, sorry, Ankur, I just disconnected. So So the first question from audience from Mr. Jayesh Prabhakar. He's asking how to create a supply chain strategic plan which will enable high business growth.
Mr. Barway, would you like to take that?
So can you repeat, if you don't mind, which business group is talking about? Sorry.
Yeah, sure. How to create a supply chain strategic plan which will enable high business growth.
See, this is a generalized question, I would say, because see, high business growth, it depends on what category you are operating, what consumer segment, what channel. And I think the most important part in strategizing this is, how can you have highest inventory turnaround, right? So how many times, inventory turnover, how shorter can your supply chain be, how agile it can be in order to service to consumer what he needs at right point in time. I think that is the strategic dimension that one has to look at. And while designing this, I think it is important to figure out how can you be agile internally. How can you take quicker changeovers? How can you have multiple SKUs? How can you have different packs bundled together so for consumer to take it? And what kind of model, like Umesh was touching upon, is shelf ready packaging and direct deliveries to consumer. I think you need to look at a variety of these aspects in order to figure out how efficiently and how you can get out more from every penny that you spend. I think that is how I would summarize it, because the question is general, right? It is not about particular category. So please make sure that whatever categories you are working on, figure out what are your higher gross margin products or higher consumer accepted products. I think figure out both and have a mix of that. Ultimately, consumer is the king. He has to or she has to buy your products. And that's how you get back everything in the value chain. So customer is the forefront or consumer is the forefront. Look at that and figure out how best you can service that consumer need.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barve. Namrata, you can move on to the next question, please.
Yeah, sure. So the next question from Vikrant, he's asking, what are you doing to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of your logistics?
Vaibhav, can you take that, please?
Sure, Ankur. So again, Namrata, it's again a generic question. So what are we doing to bring our efficiencies and the effectiveness of logistics? So first of all, let's define what is the effectiveness of our logistics. The effectiveness of our logistics is to, and let me go back to my school days, my B school days, and then define, how do you define the effectiveness of a logistics? So right product in the right time, in the right quality, in the least cost is how I'll define the effectiveness of a supply chain or logistics, right? So there are 4 parameters to it. First is availability of the product at the right time, in the right place, in the right quality, right? So so we have all discussed this throughout our discussion. And again, if this question is coming up, then I'm not too sure if the way we communicated was the right. Maybe we communicated in a wrong way, and we should have been more clearer in the way we communicated. But basically, what you try to do is you try to make your supply chain in such a way that with the least cost. So first, what you do is you keep customer on the top, and then you do everything. So customer centricity, availability of the product is the topmost concern. That's why the supply chain exists. That's the basic principle of existence of a supply chain. Now, once the product is available, you see whether the quality of the product throughout your logistics is going right or not. If the quality of product is right, it is available, then you try to optimize your cost and reduce your cost to the minimum. So that's how you do it. So what we in Britannia are doing is we are looking at direct dispatches from plant to the end consumer. We are looking at reducing our inventory. We are looking at reducing write-offs in the supply chain. We are looking at the freshness of the product that goes to the consumer. So if you see, most of the 90% of our products that goes to the end consumer when they buy are less than 2 months old. The shelf life of product is just 6 months, and hence the freshness of the product becomes very, very important for us. Similarly, what we are also looking at is how do you want to make your supply chain very agile? When the COVID hit, a particular depot was closed. How can you service the market from other depots? What you can do if your plant is closed? Can you make that product in other plants and service? And all that is what. So we have made our supply chain very, very agile. And all this is what we are trying to do to create effectiveness in our supply chain.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Vaibhav. Namrata, most of our panelists have prior engagements and we've overshot time. So I'm sorry, I don't think we would be in a position to take any more questions, but we would be happy to have all the questions emailed to us, and one of the panelists would definitely get back. So thank you very much. I once again thank Eden Global for inviting us, all the panelists for their views, and to all the participants, all the attendees for their time listening to us. Thank you very much. Back to you, Namrata.
So before logging off, I request all the other panelists to kindly smile so that we can take a screenshot of theirs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all the leaders for sharing your thoughts. Moving further, we have another panel for the day, and the topic is enabling high growth through a superior pharma supply chain. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 350 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Here I call the moderator, Mr. Sundar Narsiman from Newland Laboratories, Yogesh Lavanya from Biocon, Riju Verma from Hetero Drugs, Arul Raghupati from Aragon Life Sciences, Kishore P. from Pfizer, Prabhat Verma from Merck Life Science, Chitti Anil Kumar from Biological E, and Rahul Odi from Moglex.
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Namrata, are we on online, and shall we start?
Yeah, you can start the discussion, and moreover, all the panelists will be joining soon.
Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I think good afternoon. I see Kishore, Rahul, Prabhat, and Arul. Thanks for joining, and thanks for giving time for this panel. The topic of the afternoon that we have is supply chain as a lever for high growth in pharma industry. So so supply chain tends to it's kind of taking the center stage more and more in driving growth in pharma industry. I think be it the availability game, am I audible? Am I clearly coming across to all of you? Thank you. So be it the availability game, in terms of starting from the far end of the supply chain, if you take the entire supply chain, be it the availability game, be it the S&OP process, be it the sourcing and procurement, be it the technology part or the outsourcing, the so-called pillars of supply chain. In that sense, supply chain has come to occupy a preeminent position in the pharma industry, especially. Also being, also undergoing the high level of oversight that it undergoes, and therefore, has become more and more responsible, and has come to deliver a lot of value for organizations. Just to open the discussion and to warm it up, I'll pick up an important topic, which is in front of us, and I'll after I have probably articulated it, I'll invite each one of you to comment on different topics. Let me take the I just wanted to dwell a few moments on how supply chain can act as a lever for high growth in pharma industry. I will say, based on my experience, based on in the last 15 years in pharma industry, in the API industry, across the supply chain, be it we have high investment assets to really increase the occupancy in terms of factories that are running day in and day out, and these have to be fed, and then we look at the availability. That's very important for these factories to run day in and day out. This has been actually brought into a higher focus with the disruptions that we have faced in the last 3-4 years, and most of the factories, have relied on their supply chain guys to be able to run them without any break. And in addition, we have seen the kind of market dynamics that is, in terms of sudden requirement of vaccines, the requirements of some of the drugs that are required for COVID, and different, low level and high level pandemics that have hit us in the last few years. And so the availability is probably at the heart of running factories, sweating capacity, and thereby taking a high return of investment. So this is one area I feel, supply chain contributes significantly to the growth, as well as to the profitability, and sweating the so-called fixed costs for an organization. And on the far side, of the supply chain, if we look at the outbound logistics, again, it's a game of availability, from probably the API manufacturer to the formulator, and formulator all the way to the consumer. We see, be it a game of, reaching to the last mile and being able to deliver it on time, having the maximum shelf life, available for the patients, and so on and so forth. I think, again, it is the game of, available. So I say this is a large pillar, and this pillar actually is one of the key contributions from supply chain for the organization to enable high growth. Let us look at the S&OP process, the sales and planning, sales and operation planning. So, that is something that acts as a so-called sheet anchor. It is as if the conductor that really runs the symphony for the entire pharma organization, starting from, picking up the market signals all the way to being able to arrange materials. This single mat has now actually fallen in the lap of supply chain in the last few years. Pharma industry has reorganized itself. If you look at serious pharma manufacturers, S&OP process is now a part of the supply chain responsibility, because we guys are able to handle analytics better. We guys, understand the market dynamics. And then, many times the raw material availability actually dictates the so-called plant availability, the running of the plant, the switching of the campaigns and things like that. And therefore, S&OP has become, I will say, some kind of a coordination action, as well as, driving some very high level metrics like inventory management. If you are a good planner, and if you are able to pick up signals early from the market, be it increasing availability or reducing inventory, these two levers are very well, handled by the S&OP process, apart from really helping capacity planning much better. The third lever of supply chain, the way I look at it, is the sourcing and procurement. This is, of course, a meaty area. I think as supply chain leaders, we all know that something like between 30 and 55% of all the spend of the company is handled by supply chain guys. The integrated supply chain guys who also handle procurement. For example, in our organization's entire procurement is centralized under a supply chain umbrella. And therefore, this is an engine that, has to deliver day after day. One is, how much are you spending? Are you really able to really cut back on the spending, be it booking or the commodities in time, when the prices are low, and then using storages very strategically to be able to store materials, and also at the same time ensure that shelf lives are carefully calculated and we don't store it too long and occupy a lot of working capital. So that way, sourcing and procurement is an area which kind of delivers the punch, so to say. Last 3 years, with the stable, I think we are into a lot of instability in the last 18 months or so. If you look at a span of last 5 years, my own observation is that we have been able to see about 3.5 years of very stable, good inputs, that are coming into the factories, and probably a lot of us, I'm sure, you'll agree with me, could save a lot of money for the company in terms of, being able to do the right kind of procurement decisions, and thereby being able to add to the bottom line. Apparently, this adds power to the organization, and this also, you can say, is a growth driver that way. And then technology. I think technology has come to, is something that we have all kind of embraced with both hands. And, technology has become the kind of provider, of all the, it started with, kind of non-core processes, rudimentary calculations and analytics and things like that. and it has come to occupy, it's kind of one of the key pillars of now supply chain, because we handle variety. We handle a lot of variety. I know Prabhat will be elaborating about, kind of variety he handles as we go into the discussion. So this kind of variety handling on the far end of the supply chain, and on the other hand, the finished goods, and then the recipes and all that, the entire thing is a huge set of data to be handled. So therefore, technology has come to our aid to be able to manage processes better, reduce manpower, reduce complexity, so to say, being able to kind of compartmentalize, categorize, and handle things in a more scientific way, and then last but not the least, increase visibility significantly across the supply chain, thereby looking at things like Forrester, information replacing inventory and stuff like that. And technology has been a key enabler in that area. Finally, the outsourcing. We all knew, a major generic 3-4 years ago, the CEO declared that we will reduce our manufacturing footprint across the globe. And by reducing it, we are actually wanting to increase profitability. While it looked very counterintuitive when he made the statement, we all could connect to it, because, as guys who really drive outsourcing significantly in the organization, being able to, find the right partners, being able to, what I will say, outsource capacity, so-called reduce the capex load for the organizations, we come very significantly to contribute to the value growth of the organization. So to cut to the chase, key levers in terms of availability, S&OP, technology, sourcing and procurement, and outsourcing are some of the major areas which I will say are actually the enablers of the high growth in the pharma industry. That's been a long check-in from my side. I thought I will use this topic to articulate little, on the broad topic in front of us. Now, I would like to invite Prabhat Verma. Prabhat, can you please, one aspect we discussed was leveraging data and analytics for accelerating the supply chain decision making. And, it is something, that you are doing. It's quite intimate to the role that you play. We would like to, can you please enlighten us on this area and, related things that you may want to say on this particular topic. Thank you.
Thanks, Sundar. Thanks for setting up the context. I think, first of all, being in the sector, I consider this sector to be on the helm of things, especially pushed forward by the COVID pandemic. And one thing which we have all realized is that our supply chain have to become more agile. We should be able to respond to situations faster. And for that kind of agility and flexibility, the human dependence or the dependence on older ways of working may not survive in future. From that perspective, we need to start looking at data which is an enabler for taking decisions for supply chain leaders like us. One thing which I always have seen in my career is that this has another effect to the some of the leaders I have seen in my career is that just for the sake of using the data, they start investing into technology, they start investing into analytics, which might not give the good result to the organization. One way which has worked out very well from our experience is analytics should be driven by business need and not by technology. There should be a need for going into technology. Some people say, I want to put everything into ERP and make processes so complex that the supply chain becomes aristocratic, it slows down, and there was no need for doing it. Because people say, this is a world of data, big data, let's do this. And this is one question which I want to leave to the people to think through. Obviously, as I am saying this, decision must be based on business priorities. Even if you are thinking of data analytics, they have to be customer centric. They should be processes designed to help customer. Okay, not to slow down the response, not to delay the customer experiences. And that's the starting point of my point here on the technology bit. Now, as we move forward and start looking into complexities of businesses and company like us who manage huge number of portfolios, and for a very prompt availability to customers, we need forecasting, right? In some industries where the SKUs are 300, 400, 500, 600, manually it is possible to forecast. And I have seen some of the business leaders fighting with the sales team and saying, you are not giving me forecast. How would I give you the material? Frankly, it is impossible. You are asking a wrong thing from them. And that is the place where you need to put this analytics in place. This is where you should use analytics. Not just because I know some tools, I've heard about Palantir, I have heard about Tableau, I have heard about SAP. Let's launch everything together. Let's not make soup of things. And that's another thing which drives the decisions in these kind of scenarios. When you start doing these technology changes, one thing which comes after we have decided that yes, these are the customer needs and these are the places where we need to change or we need to improve processes, and then the data gathering and the collaboration start happening. One biggest factor which now industry is saying is, how do we become an agile organization, supply chain organization, and how do we become an organization which is making availability faster? Depends upon your IT systems. I have seen projects failing because IT was not able to respond. The good and bad part is, frankly, because we are a people who look things practically moving in front of us, we think the system should also move the way I like it, but it doesn't. And that delays all executions. I have seen frustrations in organization. Come on, I'm asking for a simple thing, invoicing has to be done from here, why it's not happening? And they will tell you 10 stories. With all due respect to the hard work done by them, I personally feel there is a huge need of talent. There is a huge need of flexibility in the IT sector as well. Not a sector, I would say, IT background support given to supply chain. Because that is coming in the forefront now. If you don't have a very agile IT system, everyone wants Amazon experience. What the heck are you talking about? We are making chemicals, we are making, it will take time. It has to reach there. Now, are our IT systems wired to handle this kind of thing? They are not as of now. So we need to have the background IT systems and the talent to manage it. I will leave it here and pass it back to Sundar about the topic. It's a really interesting topic to discuss. Thank you, Sundar.
Yeah. I think you set a very beautiful high-level context to the entire thing. I agree. I think two things I could resonate with what you said. One is, I also used to ask when people push me for SAP planning, supply chain planning. I said, do you want SAP to run the organization or the organization to run the SAP? This is something that resonates with me very much, which is very similar to what you said. The second thing is, I don't want to name the company, but it is the chemical company. About 5 years ago, we placed a PO, and they took almost 90 days to acknowledge the PO. And then every 15 days, the guy used to come, sir. In Germany, they are setting up the SAP system, sir. The entire system is getting migrated to a new platform. Give me, sir, another 15 days, another 15 days. I said, Arey Baba, kya ho raha hai? So, like you rightly said, that, we need to really know what kind of systems we need. We need to really do all that planning well ahead, and so that, we are well positioned to be able to exploit it and not let the customers and the entire organization wait for, us doing the stuff, getting our act together. Thank you very much, Prabhat. Let's go to Rahul. Actually, Rahul, we would like to know primarily, digital procurement, using different platforms. We have had, I think, right from free markets, we have had a run-off platforms for the last few years. We have seen in the last couple of decades. They come to aid the procurement process, and we would like to know your perspective about what kind of value it can unlock, in terms of direct, indirect costs, and the role it plays in optimizing inventory. Give us a perspective of the inventory also. I would like to hear from you, Rahul. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sundar, for the question, the wonderful question. And good afternoon, fellow panelists, all participants, and the organizing team at the Alden. So this is Rahul from Mumbai. This is the fastest growing B2B commerce startup in the country. Coming to the question, Mr. Sundar, uh, you know, in the world of supply chain, I mean, as you rightly started with, one of the largest areas is procurement, and I would like to expand on that uh, from the B2C world to the B2B world and try to parallel, right? What we have seen in the last 1 decade is how the gimmicks of the personal purchase have changed drastically for the good in the B2C context, right? From one to multiple categories, from weeks to sub 30 minutes of delivery time, from local to global choices, right? So you have seen and tasted the product assortment, ease of discovery, and delivery predictability in the B2C commerce. Now, all we are discussing is that we need to come together to create the same kind of magic in the industrial commerce, which is currently offline and disconnected. And that has to happen with the same digitalization. And that will bring in the same efficiencies of the B2C commerce, right? So I would like to highlight 3 major problems in procurement today, right? Number one is there's a typical 80-20 Pareto that exists in the industrial procurement space. So while 80% of the purchase happens through 20% of the strategic vendors in the A class, right? The process gets completely broken where less than 20% of the value is procured through 80% of scattered vendor base in the MRO, or as we call it, the indirect procurement or the indirect category, right? So vendor consolidation shall bring in the predictability, cost efficiencies, and vendor stickiness. Why I say vendor stickiness is because we have all seen during the times of volatility like COVID, how without the stickiness, not the customer, but the vendor was the king. Yeah. The next level of problem is the master database itself. Right? So without proper data hygiene, the data is rendered useless. As I think Mr. Prabhat was also suggesting that there are a lot of technologies coming, but that data ultimately the base data has to be very, very hygienic, right? And without complete or repeated and with incomplete or repeated material descriptions, the inventory also gets piled up. We have multiple material code for the same item, and that leads to a lot of inventory pile up, which brings to your question of inventory, right? With clean, insightful master data enabled by digitalization, 2 things can be achieved. Inventory loss shall be minimum, thereby freeing up a lot of cash for the company. It is a direct cash, free cash that will be brought back to the company. And that will bring a better global cost competitiveness for the pharma industry altogether. Second is the proper cataloging shall bring in the easier material search and PO release. If we refer to a Zycus report, it says that every PO that we release has a direct cost dollars to it associated with every PO. It is a cost to the organization. The third point that I want to highlight is we have seen in the last 1 year how to go local. We had to go local to ensure supplies are continued to that disruptive period, right? That VUCA world. Now, let's talk examples of factories in places like Silvassa or Guwahati. Why do they necessarily need to look at local suppliers only in an offline manner? I think digitalization can bring the best of the suppliers, compete in the far-flung geographies also, bring best availability, quality, and cost. And that I would like to term it as liberative sourcing. In a nutshell, I think with digitalization and consolidation, government can be scaled at a rapid pace in sync with the desired industry growth and with ease and cost efficiency. So with this, I would go back to Dr. Sundar to move ahead with the discussion.
Well, wonderfully spoken, Rahul. I would like to just, again, resonate a couple of points that you rightly made. You see, right from the, from the Kraljic portfolio, it talks about how to handle procurement. how to really optimize or utilize the buyer's time, the buying management's mental time. In the commodity matrix, he talks clearly about consolidation of vendors, and all the way from him till the latest, if you look at the domain, there is a clear discussion about consolidation of vendors, which often doesn't happen because we look for that 5 rupees, 3 rupees, and all of this scattered vendor base. Beautifully put. I totally resonate. And I remember 7 years ago, there was a large generic, which is now one of the largest generic, Indian generic, set up a big warehouse for the MRO in Nacharam area because, they found that they had multiple warehouses and they were each plant was intending different spares and ultimately ended up with a large inventory. And they said, hey, come on, the common parts, let's, they were kind of manual, still, kind of graduating to the digital world. So I guess that cut a lot of costs, I believe. I'm told that, they cut a lot of costs by consolidating the physical space. This was the, you can say, the brick and mortar response to the inventory, conundrum or whatever. And you are proposing, now that we are digital, it's all available on the web, so to say, or on the cloud, as they say. And so the inventory issue is made out very well. And I like this reference to Zycus, beautifully made points, really resonate with a lot of that. Arul, good afternoon to you. Arul, just welcome. And, I just wanted to ask you, or, ask you to enlighten about some of the key drivers to manage cost competitiveness in this highly regulated, industry with so much of oversight, regulatory oversight that we all go through, and also a very quality conscious industry. So what do you think are the key drivers to manage cost competitiveness? Can you please enlighten? Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sundar. Good afternoon, all. Yeah, so this is important question, and answer is very, very important to know about the cost driving, the important driving factor for the cost competitiveness in current scenario. So the cost driving could be a specific products or raw materials, or maybe the process where it's a low yield. Okay, so a different process or different technology can be adopted to replace the raw material or to reinvent the process, which can improve the yield parameters that gives the direct advantage of the cost competitors in the market for the respective products. And also the volume consolidation, which we talk about. Rahul spoke about the supplier consolidation. So similar to that, to get the cost advantage, there's a volume consolidations. For that, we need to have the visibility. And also we can say the instead of monthly SLOP, we can bring it to weekly SLOP, which gives the visibility of the product requirement and the forecasting, through which you can gain the product requirement, or you can bring the volume consolidation, which gives the advantage to negotiate for the annual contracts. So that also brings one of the element to have the cost competitiveness in the market of the respective products which we sell in the market. And so that long-term contracts is the biggest, the important element in the cost contribution, because it is controllable and it is possible from the internal proper planning and better discussion with internal stakeholders. And the third element which I want to touch upon is the people. People is really a competitive advantage from the perspective of the networking, supplier relationship, building supplier relationship that gives the leverage to have the better pricing in the market. So these are some of the factors which can control the cost, and also customer base. When you have this strong customer base, or when you have the brand in the market, which the large customer base, so that will be easy for you to develop or establish new brand in the market with the competitive price. So customer base something is very important in this aspect. And so these are some of the transaction elements which I want to touch upon. And then some of the factors which can talk about, as Dr. Sundar mentioned, is outsourcing. Now in current scenario, over past decades, the pharmaceutical industries are looked to outsource their maybe some of the important products which is taking the cost away from the operations, or their initial R&D operations. Partially they are outsourcing it to get the cost advantage, which they are transferring into the product cost. So that gives advantage over in the market as a competitors, right? So that's about outsourcing can touch upon something on the cost competitiveness, and also business process management. So business process management is something to improve the efficiency of the process, and efficiency of the process, and that gives the process improvements and standardization and technology automations. That eliminates the manual task, and decrease the risk of error, and enable the regulatory compliance as well. So that's something comes from the business process management. And there is other two factors which we can talk about, the lean process improvements. We call it LPI, right? So there, this lean process LPI, which everybody knows, but how efficiently we are using it, it's basically eliminating the non-value adding activities. So, but that gives a lot of advantage in terms of eliminating the unnecessary process in the manufacturing area, speed up the process and reduce the cycle times. That also indirectly or directly bring the cost competitiveness to the to the product. And the last one which I want to touch is that strategic partnership, which you have, which any procurement person or any supply chain person to have in the industry, is a strategic industry partnership where you build work together. Recently, some of the companies, Pfizer, BMS, and Eli Lilly, and some of more companies joined together to debottleneck their cost-related concerns, to streamline the process, or to shorten the clinical trials in the market. So these are the factors comes through the partnership. When you have the better relationship, supplier relationship management, that brings the element of innovations on continuous improvements. So these are the indirect factors maybe, but it is definitely contributing to the cost competitiveness of the particular product which any company sell in the market. So overall, a sustainable competitive advantage comes through the process and value creating products and services that cannot be offered by the competitor. So that's the bottom line of the how cost competitive we can bring to the market, and what are the drivers which can enable that. Thank you, Dr.
Beautifully put, Arul. No other person in this group can talk about partnerships more than you, coming from Aragen. You have been leveraging on the great partnerships with Pfizer and others, and have really helped them probably in their discovery processes or their other processes. I'm sure that has led to a lot of cost saving from their front. So you have the right experience and the background to speak about that. Very happy that you made a remark on that. You also spoke about business process engineering, spoke about green chemistry. I know good examples like Balaji Amines, Vircos, companies like these are really torchbearers of so-called green chemistry. There may be other companies, those companies that I know of or probably I connect with. I know these guys do, even the so-called gravity flow, they've set up plants with gravity flow. We used to buy one of these products and they completely re-engineered their plant to make the gravity flow. So cost competitiveness, point well made out. Very happy. I would like to invite Birendra Kumar ji. Birendra Kumar, are you there, Mr. Birendra Kumar?
Yeah, I'm there, Mr. Sundar. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic, fantastic. Good afternoon to you. And I just want to tell you that we are not able to. Yeah, there you go. Nice to see you, sir.
Thanks.
So, we are having these questions. A couple of questions that I'm pondering on. One is on end-to-end planning, redefining end-to-end planning to increase product availability, increase stock control, and reduce supply chain risks. In terms of risk mitigation, and also in terms of inventory control and increased product availability, specifically with reference to planning. Is there something that is close to your heart, or would you like to enlighten the group, or a topic that you may probably want to address? I leave it to you, like some of the levers in the supply chain, for the high growth of pharma industry. Both the topics are, I just leave it to you to choose. We'll be happy to look you to enlighten us on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Sundar. I had some stint during my career in pharma. I was part of ACG, Associated Capital Groups, and there we used to supply lot of companies actually. We are part of excipient, and normally we used to supply to all pharma companies. And there we have a lot of control system in terms of process, in terms of entire end-to-end, the process itself has to be how integrated so that any kind of loopholes which cannot go to market and becomes a major complaints. So that is one risk, because what is happening is pharma, which is which is directly going into the body, and it can create a major hiccups. So what happens is that in order to ensure that the right product goes through right processes, right systems, we used to enable end-to-end traceability of the entire system. And it's not possible to do it through manual process, right? We used to have an integrated system. Apart from SAP, there's a lot of the software which is there as a part of what you call is data integrity, right? That is one thing which is very important, especially for pharma sector, that how the data can be integrated, how it cannot be a risk, not only to organization, but also to external customer and also to the regulatory bodies, right? Because everything is auditable and all the data has to be recoverable within a short span of time. So these are certain factors which is makes pharma really on tip, really on toes in terms of its dynamics, in terms of regulation. Happens very fast. Some of the things like every company, they also go for a new product, which they call it ANDA, ANDA. So what happens is that because they have to it takes normally 3 to 5 years to normally develop a product and set up in the market. What happens is that entire thing it again comes back to us. What size of the capsule, what's of the color, what is the text which is written on it. So entire thing we also do the planning for them in terms of giving a fillip to their entire process and projection for the new product launch and development. So I would not say this, that the risk which is associated with pharma is one is data integrity. Second is end-to-end encryption of the process, and the people training is very, very important, right? The right access to the people especially in the production area, especially in the lab area. Those are very, very important to us. And also once the product is shipped, to customer, the entire traceability of the supply chain nodes, that how the a particular cold chain tracks, which is moving from plant to customers not only in India but also to customers in Europe and America. So that it has become a really proposition which is very important for us to have this kind of risk which has to be mitigated at each and every node, I would say, of not only operations but also for the supply chain. So that is what we are trying to bring a lot of technology, bringing a lot of systems and processes, so that mistake-proof systems cannot be handled by people. People have to just do something, and if they do mistakes, because it's a human, they can do error. But how the system can catch that hold and initiate a trigger in the entire system that there's something has happened, and the responsiveness of that particular error has to be corrected with a very short span of time. Because if you make a batch and if a certain errors goes into it, and if there is a delay, pharma can be also been penalized, by regulators. So there's such instance happens, because if any such delay happens in information processing, you cannot stop the product to going to market, and one is get caught there with certain kind of deformities, then obviously the kind of cost is a huge cost. That is what we experience that during my stint in pharma. Currently, I'm not there. Currently, I'm working in cement sector. But yes, that is one thing which I always thought that the kind of risk mitigation happens at that level is a huge. So it's a humongous. I would say people efforts are humongous.
Beautifully articulated, Birendraji. Actually, the risk mitigation couldn't have been articulated better. Even the supply chain guys, I think most of us sitting here have to be familiar with CFR Part 11, whether it is any other supplier, compliance.
Yes.
Like you said, the drugs that go to the market, we see a lot of recalls here and there. Without doubt, the point is well made out. And when you say risk, you should. It's not only a growth. Like they say, you don't look only at the upside. You also cover your downside, so that you ensure that your profits are intact. So the point is well made out, and such very very poignant, nicely made out, sir. Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Doctor, am I audible?
Yeah. Just now. Okay.
Yes. So, Doctor, again, I would like to open the floor, for you to give us your insights on enabling high growth in pharma through a superior pharma supply chain. We touched different aspects earlier. We spoke about availability, we spoke about S&OP processes, sourcing and procurement technology, outsourcing, and now the risk nicely articulated by Birendra ji. So please enlighten us on how enabling high growth, supply chain enables high growth through a superior pharma supply chain. Thank you.
Sorry, gentlemen. I think I am a wrong person. I was one from the Adani, and I am a different mindset people. I didn't work for the pharma industry, but definitely I have a longer experience and I have a highly qualified in terms of supply chain from last all the institutions. So I can do about the brief about the concept of the supply chain itself, but not exactly from the pharma industry, since I was in Adani and I take care of the green project as well as the supply chain of across the group.
Sure, sir. Sure. Please go ahead, Dr. Gupta.
Yeah.
We have to get enlightened.
As Adani, we are managing, you can say, the second biggest conglomerate in India, and we have a 14 different vertical, which is related to the major, like we have an India leader in the port and airport now. And we are the second biggest after the NTPC in power plant. We have an India world biggest in terms of the green renewable energy. We are second biggest after the Coal India in our coal processing units, and we are the third biggest one in the FMGC like Adani Bilmar. So we have a procurement spend around 1 lakh crore per annum. So I am right now with two portfolio. I take care of the group procurement for the strategic sourcing. Means earlier I take care of the group procurement for the bulk and the highly enabled the infrastructure industries related material as well as the capex. So specialize, if you talk about the supply chain, again, supply chain is a very, very wider subject. What exactly we are touching on? The industry having a different patterns and different mindset, and how to be cater the supply chain in a microeconomic aspect. This is the main kind. If you talk about the infra supply chain industry, that is a very, very big wider subject, and it can be start from the, you can say, your long-term planning prospect. What is the market dynamics and what type of project you are going to be invented? And you can go for the due diligence of all the risk and what probably positive risk and what is the, who is the leader is associated with this type of market and what type of potential the capability is having by this leader and how you present yourself as a particular industry or a particular segment. That is the micro analysis we have to done. We have a, you can say any industry wide go for putting, they will research as well L1, L2, L3, L4 level. And the final level, when we go for the conceptualization vision, they do a final microeconomics, the micro-technological risk analysis and the market spend analysis or the market dynamics, what type of market we are going on. So if you go for any the capital intensive project, you did a complete research, what type of your 5-year reason. And 5 year, your at least you should think for the 10-year horizon for your supply chain when you go for the, you reach a certain break-even point and when you go for the market leadership position. And what type of technology you are going to be, because right now most of the industry are doing a similar practice. Those are like right now the EV started, everybody switched for the EV. And the industries started like a thermal. 30 years back, everybody moved on the thermal, and now you can see the adherence of the thermal. So any industry, while we go for a top level industrial satellite, we should at least understand the future horizon of the 10 to 15 years. What type of technology is coming? What type of interruption technology is available in the market, and what type of future of the technology? Then you did a value engineering benchmarking. Then what exactly your quest to be dynamic to come to after the technology adoption, and what type of best of the technology available in the prices. That is a micro planning tools. I am talking about right now the supply chain. So while you go on a bigger project, you have done a long-term research on what type of your long lead item and who is the market leader of that type of component. Then you depend on the what type of strategy you want. If you are familiar with your engineering capabilities, you familiar with your market leadership, you go for the lump sum project basis. If you're not aware with the total, then you go for the EPC project. And while you do the EPC project, you settle the what type of the guideline you can put it in, what type of quality inspection you required it on, what type of process technology, who will provide this process technology, what type of world dynamics and what type of supply chain logistics cost is happens on the ground level when you put it the police plant. So that is the concept level we are talking about. If you're talking about the Adani, we are a very, very dynamic industry and we do the research on at least while we are in any of the new project, we done at least 4-5 year research and then we are entering the whether we should directly involve on it or why should we take it a technological collaborate partners. And we did a complete financial risk also, especially, and I am talking about the technology and the recently we adopted the Ariba, which is a recent tool which is adopted by the SAP itself. So we are around 20-year experience rich company. Those are adopted Ariba SAP in a very perform way. So all the technology of
Dr. Gupta, actually, I could pick up a few signals from what you said. One is on the long lead items. The other is choosing whether you want to do it or you want an EPC partner, or if it gets very complex, then handle it through one provider. I think some of the points that you made are really good, sir. And, I actually have a couple of questions to our original panel. I would like to invite Prabhat. Thanks for enlightening us, Dr. Gupta, and it's been wonderful listening to you. However, I have a couple of important points to discuss with the so-called, the supply chain group. Prabhat, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Sundar.
Yeah, Prabhat, I just want to request you to enlighten, because you have this, the large portfolio of retail chemicals and things like that. How logistics can be a growth driver, and what the recent developments in the area of cold chain and normal temperature logistics, and how they really kind of feed into the growth of large organizations. It will be good to hear from you, and maybe I'll invite others once you're done. Thank you.
Sure, Sundar. I think you touched upon a good point here. Logistics have over a period of time evolved now. It has become a very integrated part of the whole chain now. Previously, people used to think transporting is not a big deal, anyone can do it. But now I think it's, again, I will bring back my comment to the same thing, that we have to design the logistics based on the needs of the customers. Okay. And for example, some customers want their product to be shipped in a particular way at particular time. Okay. And that flexibility in logistics is designed based on the need of the customer. Okay. As you rightly said, cold chain growth, you have seen in several data points which is floating around at the internet level, that it is a market which is exploding. My personal assumption of the cold chain logistics says that it will continue to grow for many more years, because all industries, even if they will not be GMP certified, but they would like to be GMP behaving. They will like to be in a GMP environment. For doing that, they will have to ensure that their logistics is also covered in the whole scheme of things. Second important thing is the mapping of supply chain. For example, if you design a tier 2 warehouse, okay, and you are designing a tier 2 warehouse across India, then again logistics plays a great important role. Which product has to be mapped where? Are there traded products which are coming from import? Are there local products which are coming from local factories? How do we design the logistics partners? How do we design the mapping of products from particular hub? That plays a very important role. And I think logistics has become more important than the past, according to my understanding. Unfortunate part is the logistics field is not having the right skills available with them as of now. And there's a lot of coaching and hand-holding has to be done in terms of handling cold chain products, in terms of loading and unloading practices, in terms of managing the documentation piece of it. It's a gap which I have seen in logistics. if we plug those gaps, technology is slowly evolving, and who can miss the new thing which is spoken about the drone delivery and all that. I don't know would that impact industries like us, but I personally feel logistics have to upgrade their skills, have to upgrade their technologies so that we can service to the agile need of our customers.
Right. So, there was a related point that I wanted to connect Rahul on, which you made originally, Prabhat. That was related to IT infrastructure. Since Rahul, you are running an engine that is, relying on IT infrastructure and things like that. Can you connect this comment on IT infrastructure, the availability and things like that? And when especially companies want to go and tie up with companies like you to do their B2B or to do their procurement processes automation. Yeah. Thank you.
Sure. So I think the first initial thing is to understand before IT what Mr. Prabhat also talked about is that the understanding of the business and the understanding of the current process flow is very, very important, and there is no one size fits all for IT. And that is very, very important because every company, every industry has its own nuances, and that's exactly the IT people and platforms like us, we understand where it's needed, and we go in a phased manner, right? Do a pilot, then we kind of connect with current ERP system and gives that enablement to kind of get the catalog online. So with respect to procurement, right? So it is very important that hey, I do not have a proper data. How do I search a particular item? There is no good search mechanism. Can I build a good search? Yeah, I can build a good search with a good platform, right? So, is there a seamless ordering mechanism which can reduce my per PO cost? Yes, there's a mechanism to kind of build that IT platform which can move from a PR to PO and right up to GR. So this is a very seamless transition that platforms like ours can help with. So, and obviously then there will be a consolidation happening from category to category. So one category to the other two categories, and then picking, so it not be a one size fits all strategy. Number one. Number two, it has to understand the business nuances of that industry or that organization.
Right. Arul, are you there? Arul? Would you like to comment on the logistics on the cold chain and all that and the normal temperature logistics, and its connect with the growth, of an organization? Does it really? How much of cold chain logistics that you use for your shipments from Aragen? There's a lot of cold chain that you use.
Yeah, so cold chain logistics.
Dr. Gupta, can you mute your line, sir, please, if you're not muted? Thank you. Go ahead, Arun.
Sorry. So our cold chain logistics, in terms of percentage, we have maybe around 15 to 20% the cold chain shipment we get inbound as well as outbound. So there is a proper planning and understanding with the customer and what are the products to be shipped based on their requirement. We plan the cold chain, and it's really we check with the customer suppliers. Yeah, Dr. Sundar.
Sorry, sir. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So I say, so it is purely depends on the customer requirement. We completely run through the product. It's really required for the cold chain. So those aspects we generally check and take it forward for the cold chain shipment, and roughly around 15 to 20% goes on the cold chain and put together inbound or outbound.
Good. I think, yeah. So Namrata, we are winding down. We are at 4:30 and we have a 4:45 closure. So in the meantime, as I invite other panelists, do you have any questions? Q&A from the audience, Namrata. Do you want us to take any questions? Do feel free to chip in. Can I hear you, Namrata? Are you there? Okay. So in the meantime, In the meantime, I would, I would like to, invite. There were some comments made on the, for example, Rahul, you are talking about consolidation, supplier consolidation.
Right.
Can you give us an experience of how much it is delivering value, and in terms of some of the, if you can take some examples and kind of enlighten us. Is it delivering value on the MRO part, and what is your experience in that direction? Because that adds to the profitability and all that. So I was interested to really explore it with you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sundar, for this question again. See, with respect to consolidation, I mean, first of all, we'll have to agree that there's a problem where in the Pareto, right? So the organizations are spending 80% of their time with 80% of the vendors, right, for 20 or 15 to 20% of their procurement, right? So that's not exactly what efficiency is called, right? Second, we are trying to throw people at a problem rather than putting technology at a problem, right? So how we and a couple of other organizations, what we are doing with vendor consolidation is we are trying to make some of the vendors very, very important for us, so that, as I was talking about, right, in the last time, that there is a big vendor stickiness that we need to build over a period of time, and we do not go here and there and run after vendors from different parts of the country or from the world, and thereby reduce volumes for each vendors, right? Thereby reducing any advantage that I would have got from volume consolidation as well. So that is on the direct cost front, right? In the indirect cost front, there's a lot of merit in vendor consolidation, because as I was referring to that Zycus report, right? So when there are 100 vendors or 500 vendors that you are releasing individual POs to, there's a cost to that. It's a cost to the company. It's a $5 cost per PO, right? When you're consolidating that vendor and the number of POs are coming down, that cost is coming down. Then the man-hour cost is coming down. Then the number of times you need to pick up the phone and speak to a number of vendors for one particular off-the-shelf item is considerably reducing. Those man-hours can be put in a very a very productive alternate job and much important job that you might have in the organization. So these are the kind of benefits that consolidation brings. Obviously, the inventory is also taken care of, because when there's one vendor or a couple of vendors, or rather an array of vendors, you can command sometimes an inventory level at their end, and thereby reducing inventory at your level as well.
Correct, because MOQ is there. If you have 20 vendors delivering 10 parts, instead of that, minimum 10 parts, instead of that, you can have a single vendor deliver only 56 parts or 40 parts or whatever. I think
Yes.
It makes absolute sense what you said.
And it also brings to the question of logistics, right? So when there are 10 people shipping you the same item, it varies. So your cost varies from plant to plant, right? Because of the location of the vendor. It is also because there is different logistics associated with different vendors. So you end up having a nightmare of logistics, and then thereby the manual follow-ups that we have with respect to logistics. And I think we are all freed up from all these hassles. The consolidation is happening.
But let me give you a lighter vein, analogy. I hope you are not creating cloud tails. A lot of cloud tails that Amazon created, and then they had to undo the whole thing. I'm just joking. It's more in lighter vein. Can you comment on that?
No, so we are not exactly creating cloud tail or so we are as I told talked of the technology, right? So we are custom building it for various organizations. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And when in custom building, right? So that means that your interest are taken off. Yeah. In terms of what is the IT that needs to be there. And the ultimate goal is to bring in the clear catalog on which you can just go and search for that item, and at the click of a button, your PO goes to your supplier.
Right. The other thing also, the other thing advantage I could find in what you said is, for example, many times it is a challenge of onboarding. You have 50 suppliers, you have to onboard the whole lot. do the username, password, get them to, do all the way the processes, all the way up to invoice processing. Instead of that, if you had somebody, in between, it definitely makes tremendous sense. This onboarding, we had these 700 vendors to be onboarded, and we really struggled. Actually, I think I should have done about 5-7 workshops to get all of them up and running. And then that itself becomes a task, a KRA, and stuff like that. So if you did a part of it, our logistics provider actually has onboarded some 80 vendors himself. So if your vendor is a part of that, then he's happily ready to you're kind of ready to go kind of thing. He's already ready to start. So I think these things I see are a big advantage for Moglix. The way you are describing, probably you would have had a large set of vendors onboarded, different cities. How is it?
Yes. So we have 30 warehouses across the country in almost all the major industrial locations that we have in the country. We have 30 warehouses, and we have our own logistics capability as well. And we have 50,000 suppliers onboarded with us. So, and currently we are serving 3,000 clients across the country.
Oh, beautiful. So you have done a lot of hard work there.
It has taken us almost 4 years, but then now we have penetrated across 3,000 clients. That we are getting our clients a lot of value in consolidation and stop solution to them for the market.
Thank you, Rahul. I think Dr. Gupta, before we go with you, I just want to request Namrata once more. If there are any questions, Namrata, I'm speaking loudly so that I'm not able to reach across to you. So, are you going to give us any questions, or shall I request Dr. Gupta to?
Yes, actually, we do have questions. So the first question from Sunil, he's asking, what is the short and long-term challenges that pharma supply chain operations and packaging need to address?
Any one of you would like to take the question, please? One word, Namrata, one word I missed out actually, Namrata. Can you please, what? Sorry.
Yeah. So I'm repeating the question. What is the short and long-term challenges that pharma supply chain operations and packaging need to address?
Okay. I think let me take that. We are talking about the challenges the pharma packaging has to address in the short and the long term. I think the short-term challenge will be, when you kind of, start with your packaging activity. You do your, for us from the pharma, from the API sector, what we do is we do our stability studies. We initially look at, being able to ship it safely to the customer. Many times, we kind of put parallelly on the stability chambers. Initial effort is to reach it safely to the customer when he is able to, receive the validation batches and things like that. But over a period of time, as the stability results keep trickling in and we want to extend stability, then we start tightening the packaging, whether it is a triple laminated bag or a double laminated bag, or using an oxygen buster, as they call it, or other ingredients that will actually extend the shelf life of the product without any risk to, the impurity formation and things like that. So as the product reveals itself more and more in the short term, the effort is to, kind of have safe enough packaging. But as you really get into the long term, then it is really the right packaging that will address all the vulnerabilities that the product has, and that and that is the focus for the long term. While you want to do it right the first time, it is possible that you always don't have the right solution as you start. For example, we had this liquid product. Initially we found that the product had to be shipped in the so-called cold chain. But then later on, we found the product might as well be shipped in the normal temperature if we had the right packaging, and if we had some kind of dry ice arrangement that can keep the product cool. So thereby we cut down a lot of freight costs, and the excursion that was allowed in the transit was all right. So this is how we address this problem. Dr. Gupta, I would please go ahead, sir. Sorry, please go ahead, Dr. Gupta. We'll be happy to.
Yeah. My specific question to the fraternity, especially this IT cloud-based industry experts. Actually, you all industries here are for the mature industry, and wherein everything is matured in terms of the satellite. We have a challenge, we have a multi-domain industry and a big volumes, and we facing a challenge in the planning. The spend is available, the data is available, SAP, everything is available. But future forecast, because we are not a generate the any product. We are service provider or be the facility provider or be, so our planning means we taken a concept by worldwide basis, but still we don't have any planning things available with the market. You can provide a accurate. We have a MRP, we have a auto indenting system, we have auto procurement system, we have a 99% auto procurement system. Everything is there, but I still not give a exact tool in terms of the planning management. So is it a word something is available for the complex type of industry where the volumes like a multi-volume, multi-conglomerate industries are working on that?
So Sundar, you're mute.
Dr. Sundar, you're mute.
Oh, sorry, Dr. Gupta, if that was a question, then, if that was a comment, so be it, I'm happy to hear the comment, but I just had another comment to that. You come from an industry which is what is called as the lead indicator or the lead industry, which, really drives the demand for the rest of the economy, sir. So to be able to forecast stuff for you, I think should be the biggest challenge anybody will have. It's just an oblique comment, sorry, because, I know that you are the demand setters for the whole economy. That's how I look at, groups like Adani and others, that are into large scale infrastructure and things like that. I don't know if my comment was relevant. Namrata, are there any other question or how do we pace this one? Thank you.
Yeah, we have two more questions. So the next question is from Sushant. He's asking, how are you improving your planning process to take it to next level?
I can request Prabhat to come in, or Arul. Prabhat or Arul, who wants to take this question, please? How are you improving your planning process to address the challenges, the recent challenges? Yeah. Arul?
Yeah.
Very good to take.
Yeah. So, see, the planning is a vital and important element in the supply chain, in supply chain in general. So if the planning having any concerns or the because we call it a short-term and long-term plans in supply chain when we plan for any production requirements. So generally the sales and operation plans happens with the companies in weekly ones and some of the companies in monthly ones. So wherever there is a control on the sales and operation planning, that is the base to get the product out to the market as per the customer expectation. So, when we have the weekly planning, then we will be able to control the inventory part as well as avoid inventories or challenges in terms of availability of the materials. So these are the factors can be eliminated when we do the planning on weekly basis rather than monthly basis. And if any product non-availability, so that starts from the planning, because there is, if any poor planning, that brings the market non-availability of the product in the market. So planning, which is a vital and important factor in supply chain operations.
Right. Prabhat, would you like to take comment on that, on the improvement of planning? I have a couple of comments and then we can go to Namrata or, we kind of, sign off.
Yeah, sure, Sundar. I think my colleague just touched upon the right point. In terms of the complexity of business, I think the planning tools usage has to be chosen very wisely. Again, with the intention of keeping the supply chain agile and responsive to the customer needs. And planning is an area where there is a huge need of automation in terms of data analytics and in terms of other robotic process automation tools, so that we do not invest too much of energy into it, and it should respond quickly and should be able to do forward planning as well as backward planning simultaneously, because that's the only way to do it faster and to respond to customers.
Right. So for me, Namrata, the way I would like to look at planning is, improvement in planning. We do at multiple levels: a strategic business plan, and then an annual plan, and then probably a rolling plan. But the way we look at it is, we just want to kind of look at strategic opportunities when we look at a strategic business plan in terms of, large alliances that are possible. But when it comes to really granular planning, what we have also adopted is, sometimes these market is always unpredictable, the end market. And so the customer tends to, give you a so-called, what do you say, unfixed or non-binding forecast and things like that. To be able to get the right forecast into the plant, we adopt what is called a probability. We say, this customer, what kind of probability has he operated in the past? Some of the customers, till the last minute, they don't give the call off. I'm talking about the B2B model. So we say, if these are the quality of orders that we are having in the system, we might as well put a 50% probability or a 70% probability or a 100% probability, or just take it for done. So these are 4 or 5 categories we do, and then that helps us to kind of buffer up all the variabilities that are coming from the market when it goes into the plant, because you obviously want to give some stability to the plant production. So this is how we do, Namrata. This is one improvement we have done. I hope it's helpful. Namrata, any other question, or shall we close down, because already 4:45? And
there is only one question left for the Moglix. So this is a direct question. So how Moglix is enabling to make the customer supply chain efficient and reduce cost? What are you differentiating in your service from your competition? This question is from Ravi.
Yeah, hi Ravi.
Rahul, that's yours.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Ravi. So Moglix comes as a vendor consolidator to the organizations, consolidating the entire vendor base for MRO category. Again, for the sake of repetition, when there's a consolidation happening across categories, 80% of your vendor base gets consolidated. So there's a limited number of vendors that you need to work on a daily basis, and that brings in a lot of stickiness from the vendors. It solves the problem of visibility as well, which also solves a lot of planning perspective that you probably need to solve. When there's a visibility from the vendor side, you probably need not inventorize a lot of things, right? Moglix also brings in a lot of seamlessness in the way the procurement functions, with a lot of technology enablement, technology intervention, right? So with that technology intervention, the entire process from PR to GRN is moved on very seamlessly, and hence it brings a lot of value to the partners that we work with.
Beautiful, Rahul. Beautiful, Rahul. I think we will go for the closing. Namrata, if there is a photo op, let's do that. And then, I'm going to thank each one of the panel members like Rahul, Prabhat, Arul. We had the, additional insights from Dr. Birendra Kumar and Dr. Sanjay Gupta. It was very good. I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion. A lot of value addition that I have taken back. So, thanks to each one of you. That's my closing. If others can close down, and in the meantime, Namrata can, do her thing.
So before logging off, I request all the panelists of second panel should be smiling so that we can take the smiling screenshot.
Yeah, smile, please.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Namrata. Thanks, Prabhat, Rahul, Arul.
I think Namrata, I think my camera is off, so you are not taking the.
So thank you all the leaders for adding value to this forum with your insightful discussion. Now we have third panel for the day, and the topic is achieving a customer-centric and efficient supply chain. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 50 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. And here I call the moderators: Subrat Sahu from JSW's team, Sandeep Kothari from Orient Cement, Vijay Kumar Gupta from Chettinad Cement, Sanjay Gupta from Adani Ports and Birendra Kumar from Dalmia Bharat Group, Amit Bora from ACC Limited, and Shriram SV from Amar Raja Group. The topic is building a world-class manufacturing supply chain. So, Subrat, you can start the panel discussion.
Yeah, Mr. Good evening, everybody. So,
Hi, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
yeah, Mr. So, Mr. What we can discuss, Mr. Birendra, Mr. If we would like to hear from you, Mr. What are the challenges you are facing and how you are able to manage the pandemic situation and what is the way forward, so that people will be, people will be knowing, Mr. how things are happening in your industries.
Okay, thanks, thanks, Mr. Subrat, to start the discussion with. I would like to, just put some light on what is happening in cement industry, how the disruptions which has happened in terms of supply and demand, respect to COVID, and not only COVID, there are also some global challenges which is coming in from the supply side, which is more in a political nature, and also there is a climate change which has happened, and that also brings some kind of disruptions, especially for from supply side in terms of raw material. We will also talk about certain things about the what all initiative which has been taken and how the supply chain is geared up to take certain challenges, how the company is facing such challenges, and taking measures or risk mitigation in terms of overcoming those challenges, because those challenges becomes impediments to both top line and bottom line. So just to start with, to make supply chain, first of all, I think we will be agree that supply chain has to be very, very agile, right, and responsive to any kind of situation. We cannot have a situation that is just, non-responsive to the scenario and situation. And what we have seen in the last 1.5 years or so, because of pandemic, things have been changed, and we have been responsive to that situations. So in cement sector also, the company like Dalmia, they have also taken a lot of such initiative in terms of responsive to this kind of situation. I will talk on that, but let me just put some bullet point on that. Also, the second thing is how the technology, because last 1.5 years also technology has become a major critical success factor for the companies, right? Because probably you are working from home, probably you're working offline, you're not, you're not in office. So how to become more effective in terms of communication, in terms of driving certain initiative which you have taken for the company, and what are the plans which has been there for the company. And third is very important factor is which last group also we're discussing in terms of planning, how the proactive planning, and execution of those plans, not only planning but how you are executing those plans very effectively. That becomes a measure of success, for the company. So these are the certain things, which has come up. So I'll just go through what all initiative which company has been taken as an industry. Also, probably we have taken some kind of learnings from them, and we have moved forward. So I am sure that all of us will agree that one of the major cost of cement sector is logistics cost. Something around 22 to 23% of your cost is coming from logistics only. So how to bring down that cost? That becomes a very, very critical to it. So it's not only that you do certain initiative and it will happen, but you have to understand what are the components of those logistics cost. So what the companies are doing, what initiative which we have taken actually, have we just done the 80-20 principle, where exactly the major cost factor is happening, whether it's a primary side or secondary side or in handling side. So these are three major components which normally every cement companies will have it, or any companies who is dealing with such bulk commodity will have that, right? So how to mitigate that, right? So many companies now they have started a function called sales and operations planning, sales network and operations planning, right? And they also use some kind of optimization engine in terms of doing the distribution planning itself. So in Dalmia also we have such kind of optimization engine, especially from the supply side, or to have a better distribution model in terms of element source, in terms of element mode. So that is how we are planning in terms of planning. If I talk about the planning, we talk basically for M1, we are planning on the M0 month, and accordingly, raw material and other packing materials, we are M0. M0 month, we are planning for M1, M2, M3. So that is the planning horizon which we are working on it. And not only that, we are also we also doing that tool validation, right? So you have certain, let's say you have planned in a particular manner through that tool, but how things has been executed, right? So you are again doing the reverse kind of optimization. Once the month is over, you do a reverse optimization, that you see where exactly what you did in terms of supply, in terms of demand, whether the demand which was forecasted, whether the concentration of a certain volume has happened in that particular zone or region, or it has moved, right? And because of that, if if your demand has increased and long lead, probably your cost may increase because you cannot control the demand. So all these things also you do a kind of reverse optimization plan in that engine, and you try to find out what exactly the action can be taken for the next month or so. So that is one thing probably working for us, and probably industry is also following that. So that is basically supply chain optimization. That is working especially for primary leg of the freight, right? For secondary leg, we are also trying to understand what exactly the depot optimization is, where exactly depot has to be located, how much depot has to be there, what should be the size of depot, right? If you really want to contain your secondary cost, secondary leg of the freight, so that's very, very important. So we also running some kind of engine out there to understand that where exactly the demand is, where exactly the demand concentration is, and how we are trying to solve that particular demand with optimal cost. Third is very important part is your how you are handling. Your handling cost is nowadays become a challenge. Because certain area you have unionized, in certain area you have a different kind of challenge. All territory will have its own challenges in terms of doing that, because all manual. There is no any industry practices out there. You cannot have optimization over there. So how you can negotiate with your partner, collaborating with those partner, giving them a right perspective of what is going to happen in that particular year in terms of volume, in terms of mode, how you are transmitting the volume to there. So that's become important, and that's where the companies are also working on that in terms of minimizing that cost or optimizing that cost, rather, I would say. Another area which is very, very important is that I think we must cognize the fact about the diesel prices, right? So it's spiraling high. It's going to touch 100 rupees. Probably might have touched also. So right now, if you see last year versus this year, from 67 rupees, now we are at 100 rupees. So how to contain that? How to contain that transportation cost? So one of the initiatives which we are trying to do is to include CNG, go for EVs in certain areas, certain zones, certain sectors. So we have identified those areas. We also implemented the CNG stuff in certain region and trying to bring down the cost, contain cost because of diesel prices. So how to bring such kind of a structural change, basically from diesel to EV, from diesel to CNG, convert into certain areas, especially in the secondary markets, the secondary leg of the freight, right? Another things which we are also using it, for a better price discovery mechanism in terms of reverse auctioning. It's all there. I mean, everybody is doing that, but we're trying to focus on that. How for each lane, each sector, each zone, how I can define it in terms of volume, in terms of the transporter, in terms of the complexities which is there, and how to bring down the best freight from that particular zone, while trying to bring it's such a sector probably which people are working for long, right? All traditional people, they were working with a certain mindset, right? So to change them and to bring certain kind of technology or this kind of initiative, it's very difficult to implement. But yes, we are trying to break such kind of mindset while collaborating with them, while discussing with them, while putting ahead data, so that They should be transparent about facts, what exactly we are doing it, what is happening in the market. And accordingly, we are trying to implement that. So these are certain things, we are trying to, implement in terms of bringing down the cost, especially with the supply chain, and bringing it more efficiency, so that overall the objective in terms of logistics cost or total logistics cost should bring down, and that has a larger impact, especially on the bottom line. So that is what, as an industry or as a company, we are trying to do currently. Yeah, Mr. Sudrat.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that is the first, line of my communication, which I want to communicate. So if any question can come, I can answer to those kind of specific, certain things.
No, it's a really great to have a great learning from you. And our other, now other people, other panel members, or other respectful leaders, they can ask any questions here. They can add some value addition to Mr. Birendra's views. Otherwise, we can go to the next speaker.
Hello. Hello.
Sir, anybody is want to have any questions or any?
Yeah. Can I have one questions to Mr.
Yeah,
Kumar?
sure, Mr. Sanjay.
Yeah. I understand the challenges which right now the logistics which are facing by the cement industry. But can we have some basic idea, which is, since we are in a big way, we are India's second biggest port and India biggest logistics company also we are operating. So we can suggest some solution, like you can start the reverse logistics. One is like you have supply lot of cement to the power plant. Definitely you are also doing this. And what we are making the arrangement in our company, when we have taken a cement, we have taken also flyers. We send it a flyers back. So you can substantially, you can have this example where you can use a reverse logistics. Second, the EV adoption and this CNG. Still in India, they have because they have when you supply the high efficiency truck, which is around the 50 metric ton or maybe the 35 metric ton. So still none of the Indian industries are available with the EV market. And right now we are place a biggest order to some Chinese or some European company. They are going to supply the EV trailers or EV tractors in the future. But still in India, you cannot have a EV, means EV operated trucks available with us. Right now only EV will limited to the four-wheeler or maybe the LCV. It not be available for the trucking market. Third one is the CNG. Yeah, definitely CNG also, you can say it is competitive then since Adani have our own CNG and we have our own listed company. So we will also encourage that the people can go for the higher this CNG market. It can be a future competitive, but subject to it is government has put in some NGT tax and these things which will also get you leverage it. So definitely CNG in the future of or the clean gas is the future of the India. So that industry can be put it on there to go for the competitive basis. And they also using the multimodal transportation, because nowadays multimodal transport is a one when people can be a competitive. So this is my suggestion, since we run a world, the India biggest industry in terms of the logistics or in terms of the, you can see the ports. So we are what best practice adopted, we are just suggest to the panel.
Thanks, Mr. Sanjay. I think some of the things anyway, which you were talking about in terms of US logistics, we are trying to do it, but the numbers are not so high. Like you're saying flyers, to bring flyers again, send back cement out there. So yes, in certain areas and sector it is implemented, but possibly it's not so much volume which we can, drag it through this mode. But definitely this is one area which we are exploring it in a big manner. And along with CNG and EVs, we are working with Tata Motors. We are also working with like CNG or one of the pioneers in terms of bringing.
Tata Motor will take a time to come this EV vehicle, but the Chinese and the European technology available, and we have placed day before the 500 crore order to some big company of the China. They are supplying the 80 metric ton trailers to us, so we can also explore this business. And within 5 years, you can have a This is again the hybrid type of EV, because ultimately your EV charge with the solar, this thermal. So again, it is a challenge. So when you go for the EV, you also put it your own hybrid model of the renewable energy sources, then you can get a success. Otherwise, you can buy the thermal, you cannot have a payback less than 8 years or 9 years. Because it's a high cost EV, and the charging, you require 8-9% additional vehicle plate, because charging have some timeline and you cannot run the 24 hours vehicle. Diesel, you fill it within 5 minutes, but UV, you require at least 4 hours for the charging, and you require a particular station of the charging in a sufficient location. So you require high capacity in terms of the capital investment also.
Yeah.
One more issue is with the higher capacity vehicles, sir, because cement is it goes in the city area. So wherever the godowns are there, still we are finding difficult to take more load. From 35 to 40 tonners are also difficult to get unloaded in areas. So it's a huge challenge if we go with more bigger vehicles in terms of cement transportation. And a lot of things in-house also needs to be changed, because way bridges are at this moment in-house way bridges are mostly calibrated with 60 tonners. So if we go with 80 tonner, then a lot of automation and everything which is going to be there is also needs to be seen in that regard, apart from only this cost of running the EVs.
So point taken. I think these are the challenges, but we are trying to set this right, especially in the lower lot size, especially for the secondary market, right? So we are starting there, and possibly going to the higher lot, which you're talking about, 35 tonners. So it's as of now, things are not come up, but definitely we'll start with the secondary market, and then possibly with we can get maybe help from Mr. Sanjay, which he is saying that he has ordered EVs from China. So we'll get in touch with you, Mr. Sanjay, and to get more information on this. Because yes, you're saying rightly that it will take a lot of time to develop, Tata Motors, on this particular aspect of electric vehicle. And I'll get in touch with you, Mr. Sanjay.
Okay, thank you. Welcome. You always be available, and we have a similar fatality. And I worked 10 years with Ultratech, so I know the cement industry in a very well way.
Great.
So,
But sir, in our now go down, 50% material is diverted to other area.
Oh, the industry challenge that is going to remain. So,
but and now labor is also not available, and no transporter is ready to halt more than very 8 hours, 6 hours. Everybody need very fast stuff. So when we are transferring the material to stock transfer, either our trucks are halted or the divers are there. Because many area labor is not available in many godowns, and because no volume is there unloading, so labor need minimum support price or whatever that is also challenging for us.
So Vijay, right now that's why the industry work for the automation, because you understand it is again challenge, but we have to have a solution up in our mind. We cannot work on all the challenge. So that's why the Volker technology available. Then the small, you can say what Adani do, we have put it a small conveying system, the portable conveying system, and this conveying system linked with our go down. So when the trucks come, they be starting the unloading system by mechanized way. It's a partial automation, not 100% automation, and be shifted to our Volcos or this to the go downs itself with the mechanized way. So you, as a technology, you can see the world market and you can adopt this technology, because this challenge remains unsolved till that the automation is completed. So in India, definitely we should require some of the whatever best technology adoption can be available. So we use this technology.
But sir, we are also facing one earlier truck capacity was 22 ton or 25 ton. Now we are try to convert that our customer to convert 35 ton capacity trucks is available 16 wheel. But dealer or customer are very, sir, I need only 25 ton. It is also difficult to convert the higher volume order in a single truck. That is also major challenges for us.
That's Mr. Vijay, that's why the institutional, the consumers are, though they give a hard price, but they give a lot of freedom to the work. When you are in a retail industry, your margins are high, but you have a higher challenge. So again, it is segment mix. What type of industry you have to deal with them. So it's okay. How to be deal it with a proper collaboration is required. Proper, You can support customer relationship management is required. You can give a lot of other type of assistance to convince your customers. So that type of manual intervention also required.
Yes.
Because India have a full of the challenge, and you have to day in, day out deal with this type of challenge. You can only change your mindset, you change your attitude in terms of that, and you are not deemed as you are the only sole player. When you change this mindset, we can have a win-win situation for the both of the level.
Yes.
I completely echo with what Mr. Sanjay is saying, that cement industry, possibly if you go for supply chain, kind of initiative which has been taken in e-commerce or even FMCG or even pharma sector, that is far ahead of what has happened in cement sector. Because of whatever reasons, it can be anything. But I'm sure that with the things challenges coming in, there are solutions to it. And possibly we can move ahead with those solutions with the challenges which is coming in.
So thank you very much for your Mr. beautiful explanation, as well as the questions also really are worth, which will add value to everybody. And sir, next I will request Mr. Sandeep to enlighten on his experience on supply chain management, and how they are going to how supply chain management and sales forecast both are related to each other, and how both impact both sales forecast is most important on supply chain management.
Thank you, Subrat, and good evening, all the panelists again. I will be focusing more on the digitization, which was taken by Orient specifically. So we have a, like every company has their own sales plan, yearly sales plans, which are then bifurcated to quarter wise, and then it is again dissected to monthly. Orient is having 3 plants, two cement clinkerization unit and 1 grinding unit. And in last 2 years or before the pandemic hit, so we were working on this optimization, how to optimize our cost, which Virendra was also talking in terms of logistics cost. So to come up with that, we engaged one company called IGSA, and they helped us in optimizing our sales forecast and the cost of transportation, how it is going to be between all the 3 plants. So what we do basically is take the variable cost of all the plants and then map all the variable costs to the dispatch locations, which are attached to some of them are interlinked or some of them are dedicated. So wherever there is an interlink, we map those costs from including the transportation cost, how it is going to be. And based on that, a matrix is getting created, and the particular area order or the region orders are dedicated to those plants. Maybe today a plant is supplying to location X. In next month, because of the cost variation or because of the logistics cost changes, this X location can be fed by plant B or plant C. So that is how we have taken an initiative in this regard, and we are optimizing on the cost front, how the services are not going to get hampered. The product quality is also not going to hamper, but the cost of the delivery will be least in this regard. This also this model also takes care of rail versus road mode also. So wherever the rail is cheaper, so we go by the including all the cost of handling, wharfage, demurrage, railways, all other expenses which are there. Considering all the cost, we derive at the delivered cost, and then it is being taken where the material is to be taken to those destinations by rail or by road. So this tool gives us a good benefit in terms of plant utilization also. If there is a if the utilization of a particular plant is less, that can also be compensated if we give more volume to that plant. If that plant, the fixed cost get reduced, or we can see what are the variable costs which are possible to get reduced. So it helps us in overall utilization of the plant or a particular plant in case if the consistently the plant is running low, and the overall cost which is going to be there, that gets reduced in this optimizer solution. So this has given us a great amount of benefit in terms of transparency, in terms of volume, and in terms of service also. So after implementing this solutions, the logistics cost per se on TDC basis, we have seen a reduction of at least 2 to 3%, and the visibility has improved with the company, whether the finance can also see what is the cost which is going to be there, which was the visibility was not there earlier. Now with this solution, it's completely visible which plant is going to service what location, and sales also knows that which plant is going to service that particular location in this month. So that has improved a lot with sales also, with the finance also, and it has ultimately it has bottom line has improved in that. Second project what we have done in terms of digitization is as cement being a cyclic business, and most of the cement sale happens apart from the monsoon or the non-monsoon period. It's the second half of the month, the more of the volume gets allocated, or the sales happens in most second half of the month. Every month, if you have seen, the first half is slightly dull, but the second half picks up the pace. So and earlier what we used to do, most of the plant used to do is like they are allocating, they have dedicated transporter, and the allocation of the particular delivery order, all the sales order was manual, and it was taking some time. It was not seamless process, and a lot of complaints were coming of favoritism, that X transporter is being favorite of X person or something like that. So that has created a lot of disruption or a lot of discomfort with transporters. So those who are getting business, they were very happy, but those who are not getting business, they were not happy, and they were not ready to deploy their vehicles, though they were good transporters having good amount of trucks available with them, but they were not ready to work with us. So last one and a half year, we have implemented with help of a company called Autoplant. We integrated with them, and they work on an IoT system. So our sales order data from SAP flows to their system, and they have developed some business logic based on the system integration. And now from last 1 year, the allocation is automatic. We have developed a business logic that for a cluster, say if I'm supplying from my Karnataka plant to Pune, we have 4 transporters. So all 4 based on their performance, allocation is given to them. Maybe one is given 40, one is given 30, one is given 20, the last one is given 10. So based on the number of trucks which are available, automatically the delivery orders get assigned to them. If the transporter accepts the order and he has to put a truck number which is registered with us, most of the companies do truck registration prior to the vehicle comes in. So we also follow the same. So once the truck is registered and he has to allocate a truck to that particular order, that this is my truck number which is going to be there. In case, so the next business rule which has been applied in this is, if he's not been able to give number of trucks in that particular time frame, the order gets opened to the zone basically, or the area in that regard. Say I'm talking of Pune, so if it is Pune transport, if we have particular 4 transporters of Pune, then those will get the first preference. If they are not been able to go with the allocation of the sales order, then it gets open to the Maharashtra transporters who are registered with us. So after, and the sales order got open to them, so they can deploy, they can catch that order, and they can, if they are having a vehicle available, they can go with that. The last rule which goes is, if nobody is in that sector is supplying the truck, then it gets open to all the registered transporters which are registered with the organization or with that plant. And anyone who is free to give his truck number and take the order. This has improved a lot in last 1 year, and our earlier with this system implementation, the order execution time, the whatever we are tracking on quarter to quarter or half yearly, and now it is yearly. The service level has improved to a great extent. And earlier we were at around maybe 55 to 58% of the orders which were getting fulfilled in maximum 24 hours. Now we are standing at around 86 to 87% orders are getting fulfilled in 24 hours. Most of the transporter or all of the transporters are very happy. Everybody can see what are the numbers which are there, what are the orders which are there. If they have the truck, they can deploy, no manual intervention. It moves seamlessly. It moves the process that how it is happening in the system. Earlier, yes, there was huge resistance was there because it's a different portal, so everybody has to log in. Though it has been made as a simple mobile app or the normal Amazon kind of an app, but still the adoption was very difficult to people to understand and see that. But now after say a year or 1.5 years, everybody is very happy. Anybody can see the order and he can punch it from anywhere. Anywhere he is, if he's having an internet connection, he can punch the he can take the order in that regard. All the transporters are very happy, and this has given us a huge amount of help, that the number of trucks which were earlier getting parked in our yard has also reduced. Earlier, because everybody sees that if there is an order, then the trucks are going to come. If there is no order, most of them are not coming. So it has reduced a huge amount of traffic and huge amount of congestion in yard. Earlier, say 1 year back, normally we used to have around 150 to 180 trucks on the major, whatever we have, the major plant locations, the trucks waiting for the order. Now the number have reduced to maximum in a day, it is 70-75 trucks at any given point of which are available for loading or with order or without order. So that has also reduced a huge amount of monitoring of the vehicle, and truck parking yard are not getting congested. They are remaining as efficient as it was. So seamlessly it is happening. No congestion is reported at yard. And this has helped in because when driver come, most of the plants are in a remote location, so the driver roams here and there, so that the local issues has also get reduced with this system. That's an added advantage which was not envisaged when we were implementing this system. I'm not going to take much of a time on the other aspect, like most of the companies are with GPS, EPOD, and SIM tracking or manless weighbridge, which is already there with most of the cement plants nowadays. So I'm not going to take much of a time. We have also implemented, and we are also going ahead with further optimization in terms of reducing the loading time in our yard, how in our factory, how it can be done. So we are discussing with a couple of people. So hopefully, if that gets implemented, our average TAT at our Karnataka plant is around 4 hours. So we are hoping that if we implement couple of digitization process, it will get reduced to maybe 2 hours or so. So in that, we are now discussing with vendors how to do it, and if the TAT improves, what's the benefit to the organization, how in terms of logistics cost it can reduce, because the number of hours which are being without load a truck can have, so that is going to improve. We will see how best we can implement that. But yes, that's a plan in our mind at this moment for the digitization journey. In terms of the procurement side, most of now our companies have implemented e-procurement engine, whether somebody is working with Ariba or somebody working with Procure Tiger or Procure Engine, or most of them are there. We have like sales plan, we have a production plan also, most of the cement companies have. So based on the production plan, we dissected all the plans in the requirement of raw material or the additives which are there. And again, as per the business rule, it gets allocated to the respective vendors, and the supplies are monitored on a weekly and half year, fortnightly basis. And we have implemented this auto GRN and auto quality report to the vendors, because raw materials, most of them are minerals. So the quality is, though it has been, you can say it's plus minus always remains. It is not going to be exact what we are asking for. So the variation which are there, then if there is some course correction which are required, a vendor can do if he is having a quality report available with him. So what we have done is immediately today's material receipt, the report comes to him on the next day. So every morning he gets a report of the yesterday's supplies, so that if there is any correction in terms of his supplies are to be monitored, he can do, and he should not fall into the rejection or non-payment kind of things. So these are the couple of things which we have implemented on the logistics side and on the procurement side, so that we get a better feel in terms of whatever the sales orders are coming or whatever the production plan, because supply chain remains a sandwich between production and the sales or the dispatch. So we play a very critical role in terms of managing the cost on both fronts. We don't, as marketing, they are the revenue generators, but we are not the revenue generators. So we have to see that what best we can improve on the bottom line. So these are the couple of things which we have done in last 1.5 year or 2 years to improve our bottom line, and it has given a good amount of result in that sense. So as I told, with the transportation cost has gone down by around 2 to 3% in terms of the optimizer, and then we have similarly the procure engine or the e-procurement platforms which are there have given an added advantage in terms of the cost saving. So that is from my side on the digitization, which whatever we have taken to help the sales team to deliver the goods in the required time.
Sir, just one question, Mr. Sandeep. What are the positive impacts on your KPIs? With that the auto allocation of transporter which you did it.
Yeah.
So what was the positive impact in terms of OET, in terms of TAT? I'm not sure whether you have a green channel also for loading to specified customers or not. So what is that impact on your KPIs because of these auto systems?
The first impact was, as I told you, that the service level which was there has improved. Earlier, we were able to dispatch maybe 55 to 60% orders within 24 hours because of this.
OET you were saying that it was 55-60%, right?
Yes.
So and now how much you have achieved?
Now it has gone up to 88%.
Oh, great. Huge jump.
Yes, huge jump. Okay. And all manual intervention has been removed. So a lot of transporters which were having a feeling that company officials are doing a favoritism to transporters, that has also got reduced.
That's so which company has implemented this particular solution which you're talking?
This is an auto plant. It's a Bangalore-based company. Yeah.
So it's auto plant.
Yeah, auto plant.
Auto plant. Okay.
So, thank you, Mr. Sandeep. Actually, this digitalization also is a new era. Though some companies have already introduced this, but in the meantime, most of the companies now, they are after digitalization. Even if JSW also, we believe in digitalization, and we are going in full-fledged, even if making the total mining system, starting from exploration till production, till dispatch, till the material reaches the steel plant. So we are also going for digitalizing the total and synchronizing the total platform.
Yeah, so, yesterday I got some reference also. So we are also discussing on the same line with one of the vendors who has just approached us here. So we are also thinking what best we can do in that. And I will take some input from you also.
Yes, sure. In fact, I will tell you this digitalization, even if I am Visakhapatnam, they started a full-fledged, just like it's not MBA course, but they give a degree for digital governance. So where mostly the public servants as well as the private, the corporate sectors also both can join, and that they have designed in such a way it will help the corporate leaders also. So
but I would like to add something more because you have worked with the industry when it is a complex situation. A lot of other things are available. I just brief you what exactly it is. You know that we are operating the ports and it is a multi-modal, like we have run our own railways, we have run our own transportation, we have run more than 2 lakhs trucks in a day. We have a multi-connected, even we are working on the water. We have started this Haldia to Bangladesh, this waterways from Ganga River. So how it is integrated and how it can be connected with the auto configuration. Nowadays, like a SAP have a auto TM modules are available, other company having also auto module. So we are not talking about one way of the model. It is a different models also and how to be integrated this model. So lot of technology enablement and outsource, because what generally industry are not doing, like a big industry are doing, they are outsourcing their model complete, which is not a core related business, and where they failing a TAT time are less or turnaround time or maybe the SLA are less. So nowadays automation and the outsourcing model are also working out. So people, if they have a bigger volume like Ultratech or JSW or other big company, we have a multi models. Logistics are available, so lot of automation technology also coming from those industries in a very big way to work.
it's really, Mr. Very valuable informations, and this exchange of informations and exchange of discussions definitely is going to help everybody. And then, sir, we'll request our Dr. Sanjay Gupta ji, who is having a vast knowledge on total sea logistics and rail logistics as well as road logistics. We would like to hear from him, sir.
So again, I was a core professional in the supply chain. In fact, I was a procurement professional. But since logistics are one of the part, and we have a Adani Port and Logistics, separate dedicated company of the logistics itself, where we have our own railway. We have run more than 110 racks, and we have we have signed up a contract with the Indian Railway to run the special dedicated corridors for our own cargoes as well as the cargo for like a GSW or the JSPL or RNAL. So how to be collaborative this approach, we have to think for that, and how to be provide the end-to-end solution, and how to be a cost optimization. So like micro analysis, like micro design, you have to understand what timeline it required, what is the cost required, what is the challenge which we are facing, and how to be eliminated this type of. We also using a IoT, and we have a very dedicated operation systems available with our system itself, which is connected to all. So it is again how use is a better way, how to use a efficient pupils, and the planning is play a vital role. How to end-to-end planning can connect it with your successful conversion of your supply chain. That is the key mantra of the success of this system itself. So pupils must understand, they do over the micro analysis of their challenges, their route survey, the even you understand, like we have, I just give an example. My port supply and we supply you can say coal to end to end. We take it a material from Australia. We have a mines in Australia. We have our own ships to, and we have also our port in Australia who can, and we have also railway network in Australia from mine to the connect to the port. Then port, we have our own shipping line or dedicated shipping line. Then it come to our port itself. Then we have an automation to supply the coal to power plant directly with conveying system or the rail connecting system. We supply more than 500 racks in for all our ports. How to be, it is a high efficiently how the minimum time to taken to automate this rake loading system. Then as racks reach the particular, we have a dedicated railway ferry doors available with us, so who can supply interrupted like a DFCC, interrupted our own, we have put it our own railway wagon system, so we can have a minimum dependency of the Indian Railway and the minimum dependency to our railway corridors available. And how to be efficiently unload this railway systems, we have to have a adoption of the technology. Then it is transferred to the road. Then you supply how to be outsource your unloading facility and reach to the end users. So this again connected with the IoT and system. So I just not give a exactly example, but it is a model of the supply chain, exactly supply chain, how to be reach a particular level to the end consumer. Like in power plant, we produce the power plant, so and then we have supply with our own transmission line. Then we also have a distribution line which reach to the customer level. So I am putting a classical example of supply chain, how to be end-to-end supply chain. It is not a theory or it is not a word of general people start talk about the supply chain. It is a demonstrative supply chain company, which we really start from the mining to the end of the consumer level. So we can offline touch because it is a vital subject. We cannot finish with the 15-hour discussion, but I can open to give a good understanding to my team follows how to be go for the micro analysis of the supply chain, how to be integrated with the technology adoption, and how to be open mind, adapted this technology to the getting real time success. Is it my voice are clear?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So again, you can integrate all the models, supply chain with help of the technology adoption. Nowadays, you can understand how we micro level per work. When the trucks come for unloading a container, we take in the container. We provide a micro analysis of the chips to them. Automatically, it reaches to the highest level of the CFS or the material taken the container. We have a highly technology enabled where which country container comes and where we have to put it and when the delivery required. And it is configured with the all the ports floors are converted into GPRS tracking system itself. So automatically manless material trucks reach to the particular level when he load the container and vice versa, it take back to the and it reach to the end level of customer. So you can, as a word using the technology users of the automation with RFID systems, because GPRS is the older technology. Now we have put it even our all railway the bagel system and configured with the RFID. So we track with the RFID, even our cameras are available in our floors. So we track the entire system with our laptop itself, how to be, where the barriers are available, where the disruption available, where the failures are available, how to be real-time data is available, how to improve the TAT, how to be reach a customer level with the, where you are not efficient, you took the outsourcing contract model, and what is the per material ton you can convert into the variable cost like earlier Mr. Bhandari Saab is described. So you can convert into fixed and the variable cost, and you can outsource this type of where you are not a core essential expertise available, because the lot of expert people are available in the era of the world. Those are more efficient than what we are, because it is our not core business. So that can be a various thought process where real-time exercise can be a real cost-effective supply chain and most effective supply chain and more safety supply chain to the system itself.
Yeah, completely agree with you, Mr. Sanjay. I think integration of all those things is very, very important.
Yeah, Mr. It's really, Mr. The discussion is going well. So now, Mr. We can request Mr. Vijay Gupta to provide his inputs on supply chain management, or how to increase the supply chain management for overall, as in general, as well as for their own company.
Yes, sir. Chettinad Group is a south-based group. We are having about 9 plants, and about 7 plants is a nearby coastal area. So we are facing the challenges to expand the all India basis, because at present we are supplying all 10 to 12 states, only survive nearby the coastal area. But earlier we are supplying the material about 600 kilometer to 700 kilometer. But due to this diesel hike, about 40%, it will hit our supply network, because since we coastal area and our all plant is within 300 kilometer. But since southwest, so we cannot expand much more in northern India, central India, etc. So due to this, all diesel impact is affect our business network, and our volume is So now our first target is to achieve the pre-COVID level volume. Last 2 years also volume is affected in all Chettinad Group. So we are now planning to, because cost is still, as Virender sir said, 20 to 25% is still is resistance there. So that, and our 90% trade sale is through only depot, because dealer is not invested in the money in direct level to give a big order in direct plant. So we are supplying 50% to 60% our trade sale through depot only. So it is effect also over 300 to 400 per ton secondary cell cost. Since our plant capacity is 20 million ton, now we are working only 10 million ton. So it is also, we are working about capacity utilize only 50 to 60%. It also affect our fixed cost per month is 400 rupees per ton. So it is also major impact in, since south-west company is there. So now we are, our 2 new plant is also coming in Visakhapatnam and Odisha. It will expand our business. So next year this will be impact in further improvement in volume. At present, we are slowly moving to digitalization, and now we are focusing on based on 300 kilometer supply. So our probability should be higher compared to expand the area. So these are the our major, and slowly we are digitalizing key customer supply within 300 kilometer, our major focus area. These are our major considerations are now only.
Mr. Vijay, you're not using rail as a mode for transporting material?
Sir, since our all plant in coastal area, so rail is not viable to go for 500, 600, 700 kilometer. And now railway is having a many siding is open siding. So there is a rain or open material is there. And now 80% railway siding is having a union. Maharashtra, Karnataka, even South also. They are charging very too much. Secondary freight cost is coming 500 to 600 rupees. And loading charges also about 250 rupees plus. So if I spend secondary about 600 to 800 rupees, it is a very tough viable for me to work as a rail. So this is a major hit in the southern coast also, sir.
Gupta ji, because the PTPK of rail is too low for the higher distance.
Yes,
so
yes.
We are also operating.
Yes, sir. PTPK is for higher distance. It is coming 1.67.
Yes,
but sir, when you will go for secondary, na 250 rupees is labor charges per ton. Then secondary freight from railway to go down to party again.
No, but still, if we are expanding to 500 kilometers, like 300 plus kilometers, rail is always cheaper, because we are also, and I believe Virender will also agree that rail
Yes,
mode
yes, yes.
is the
That is
cheaper.
what.
And
That's why I was asking,
And railway has started giving lot of benefits. TFD benefit is there, where you get a freight rebate of around 15 to 20% in range. So probably you can explore if it is possible for you to explore.
At present, sir, we are exploring only 1 lakh ton. About 15% of rail volume is by rail and 85% volume is by road only. But normal condition or other central plant, it should be 30 to 40% rail volume. But that is not possible in this south zone, sir. That is the, because our Tamil Nadu plant to Kerala only 300 kilometer. Our Tamil Nadu plant to Karnataka only 300 kilometer. Our Tamil Nadu plant Andhra like this. If Andhra at present to others central or western, not possible. And West Bengal, it is also 1,500 kilometer. So where is the expansion area is available, but logistic is some resistance is there, sir. That is the issue is there, sir. So we are doing only 15% of rail volume per month instead of 30 or 35%.
I think that is one thing, Sandeep, what Mr. Vijay is saying, that, the industry is grappling in terms of if you are handling, taking through rail. So ideally PTPK will be 1.5 to 2, somewhere between this, right? But what happens is that your branch expenses or handling becomes, very, very critical in this particular area. So when you are running optimizer, Mr. Beja, are you running any optimizer?
Yes, sir. We are working on
Virender,
L1
I differ here because most of the plants are running with 50-55% or 60% capacity. So if you need to improve your plant capacity utilization, then you have to
Yes,
move
yes,
out.
yes.
So that
Right,
also
right.
needs to be seen in that regard.
Completely agree on this.
Go with only seeing the logistics cost, which may not be the correct justification
Yes, yes.
in expanding the market.
Great. I mean, that's if we have to see in the overall totality,
Yeah.
right from plant utilization, because again your fixed cost and even variable cost will increase if you're trying to bring down the utilization of the plant,
Yes,
and
yes.
that will be ultimately impacting your bottom lines.
Correct.
So I think it's a very, very correct statement which Mr. Sandeep is telling, that we have to see in overall totality. So if you run a vanilla, in supply chain optimization tool, you run just a vanilla kind of model and see what exactly things are throwing up, and accordingly you take your constraint and then build up on your distribution and sales accordingly. So I think that is one approach which we are also doing that. But yes, it's quite right that EVA 500 really has to be very, very cheaper than root. That's very it's tested actually.
Virender, I have also one suggestion.
Yes,
because I understand the Mr. Gupta constraint, but again I suggest take it in a bigger picture rather than you can take it your cost competitive model and take the higher authority with railway board or by the journal railway or general railway level. Then you can dedicatedly put your own cargo, whether like on railway, which is available with by now the big, you can say 80 ton or 90 ton rakes are available with the system itself. You can put a higher volume cargo and you can check with the negotiate. Now the railway is so much flexible. If you justify your cost with the proper way, they can give you a cost advantage model, but you have to talk with the higher authority with a very positive approach, with the pneumatic, not a fragmented approach, it's a very positive approach. And you can put your constraint to their railway board in a higher level, then definitely some solution or some competitiveness or some you can say like Mr. Bhandari has done a lot of research for his future using the technology and using the micro analysis of the each cost. Definitely, I can give you a suggestion that if you do a micro level with an open mind, you will get it definitely some answer with the competitiveness.
But sir, this one we are facing problems. Sir, as Sir Bhandari sir say na, your 50% billing is 50 or 60% billing is second quarter, second half, sir. So when we are billing in 31st, na, all party billing is blocked till 14 or 15. Then the balance is not clear. If management is not increase the credit limit, na, it is a very difficult to take the rate from 1st to 10th or 1st to 15th. Otherwise, 3 days, because 90% material is going paid material in rack, and that material is lying in railway siding or transfer to other godown, nearby godown. It will take 3 to 4 or 5 months, 5 days. So depend on the since cement industry is not working day to day basis. Our 60% billing is end of the second half. So our credit limit is locked. Then we are unable to supply the material from 1st to 10th through rail. Otherwise, material is damage warpage heavy is there. That is also.
We are not expert, and since the veterans are available and you have done a day in day out job, but it is my perception.
Sir, yes.
While putting an open mind, while discuss the appropriate people, we can reach a real solution.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Virender and Mr. Bhandari Mr. Kothari will accept this. We can leverage our, since we have a bigger industry, we have an infrastructure supportive industry. So we can leverage our relationship with the higher level to talk about the authority of the peoples, and then we get advantage of that.
Thank you, sir. And sir, now I will request Mr. Sriram. In fact, what I have heard about this Amar Raja group, I think that is the Amran group, Amran Battery. So they have come up in a very fast way and a progressive way. Their supply chain, their sales forecast, I think one of the best. I think this is a new generation company, and how they have come up so fast, we will definitely like to hear from him.
Thank you so much, Subrat, and good evening to all the gentlemen. It was great hearing you all on your supply chain work and your challenges and how you overcome that. Because of the benefit of time for all of us, first let me take you all through the Amar Raja Group. Amar Raja Group, it's a $2 billion US company, and the flagship is Amaron Batteries. If you know, it's Amar Raja Batteries Limited, which is a flagship of 8,000, 9,000 crores. We have 7 verticals in that. One is battery division, one is power systems, one is electronics, one is Mangal Industries, and we have infra and industrial services. So all put together, we will be somewhere around 13,000 crores or 12,000 crores. Now, everything is a diversified industry. Unlike you have a cement industry where you at least know what is the raw material, you at least will be able to see what you can see the challenges. Here we deal with, you name the item, we will be dealing with that item. So, and in Mangal Industries specifically, I have again 5 verticals in this. One is metal fabrication, then I have battery components, I have an auto component division, I have a storage solution division, and I have a trading house division. And I have a tool work division. So me as a corporate SCM head, I have to take a decision for the entire group, and that's a responsibility given. This is a brief of Amar Raja. And like Mr. Virendra Kumar started with the challenges, last year we had the challenge of suddenly this COVID having a situation where we were not able to go to office. All of a sudden we have to close the plants, and believe us, 50% of all the vehicles which is running in India is run with Amaron, and balance 50% with Excite. So imagine 2-wheeler, 4-wheelers, everything we have to take care. And we don't have a plant to run, and we have to close everything. So imagine that pressure we would have gone through. There was no manpower. There was no, we did not know what will happen. Government imposing lockdown, suppliers or lockdown. So this was the biggest challenge we started facing from 2020 April onwards. Yes, we were really scared, but we decided we'll have to overcome, because this is an opportunity to come out strong. So that is one. Now, immediately what we did was we started an action force constituted by our top management of a dedicated team, which takes care of the health, which takes care of the logistics, and which takes care of the how do we ensure that we engage the people. So I take a cue from what you are all discussed. This digitalization was really helpful at that time. We had the SAP HANA 4, which is the state-of-art ERP. We had this implemented, and that helped her to have a connect to a certain extent, because all the 7 groups were in different platforms. Luckily, I would say, fortunately, we had that integration happening in January, which helped us to have it be in the same platform. That is one. Second, what we did was our HR had a PeopleSoft, which first of all, we should know all are working from office or they're just sleeping, right? On a lighter sense. So we had to do a geo-fencing. Everyone was geo-fenced, and everyone has to punch out in the alt work life in our PeopleSoft, and it was very meticulously calculated whether that person is in his geo-fencing or is it somewhere sitting and doing that job. So all this evaluated. This is another one. And we had a weekly, we had a bi-weekly, we had a 3 days once on the stock review, coverage, and all those things. That's a normal stuff which we do. But this ERP system definitely helped us. And I have seen all gentlemen talking about exclusively on logistics, but I am talking from S&OP to the last mile delivery with the customers, because that's very important. So we have to be very strong in planning. We had no luxury to do any kind of mistakes, and it's going to be a huge challenge for us. Okay, so now let me also say, Mr. Subrat Kumar, I would say he was actually giving us more challenge in Mangal Industries, because JSW prices from last July was skyrocketing to almost what historically was at say 45,000, between 45 to 50,000 rupees an HR. Believe me, it went up to 85, 84,000 rupees. Sir, you can work on that. And we were totally caught off guard. And this was due to various reasons. I would say we used to use 1.6 thickness material. Not only JSW, Tata, Bush, and Bosco, you name the company, they all wanted to export because they didn't find market in India because we were all shut down. So now what happened? JSW did not wanted to do this thickness, 1.6 thickness, because their productive levels were going down. So they wanted to do 2 mm and above, but most of my items were at 1.6. Correct me if I'm wrong, sir. So all these challenges we have to face, and it took a real time for us as a management to get it.
4 महीने का पेंडिंग सी है वहाँ पे कौन काम ना कोई सबके कंप्यूटर छीन लिए सबके डाटा छीन लिए सबके मेल ब्लॉक कर दिए सबकी मेल आईडी किसी कुछ नहीं सोचा
go to the drawing board again, get into
यहाँ पे क्या है 3 आदमी मेरे पास आप पता है केवल 3 आदमी बचे हैं पता है आपको
we will do this follow this set
जनरल की
of
टीम
because in supply chain
डेडिकेट लॉजिस्टिक्स के 6 लोग हैं और उनके काम भयंकर बात है और ट्रकिंग का बहुत चुकिया पता है
if we have to be
हर साइड नहीं बढ़ गई नए इन्होंने वेयर हाउस
in the market, take the cue from the market and start acting. So what we did was, let me just based on what was the strategies we employed.
दूसरा
strategic stocking,
ये वाले 3 लोग इसके साथ हैं एग्जिम वाले दे आर कंप्लीट डोमेन अलग है ना
we started to push customers for PVC.
आशीष गुप्ता तो पूरे दिन बेचारा अरीबा और उसमें ना इतना प्रॉब्लम है इतना लर्निंग है इतना आउटसोर्सिंग का जो कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हुआ है इतना
our advanced planning was
केवल आज की डेट में मेरे पास
much
वो पागल जो जीरा देवांशु तो खेल वो तो सुपरस्टार है वो तो
said no more yearly planning. All our planning.
और एक वो लड़का जो अपन ने वो उसमें डेडिकेट लगा दिया था पूरा ग्रुप का कर दिया सप्लाई कर दिया मेरी इनको सप्लाई हुआ ना कौन सा
so that
दबे आया
you
वहां
don't
से
have any kind of luxury to see for
ये आदमी अब बताइए कैसे
keep focusing only on
अब सर के साइड के केस है बताओ किन जगह बनाए
and we did
आज की डेट में मेरे पास मैन पावर के नाम पे कौन है बताइए ना आप सर सबसे बड़ी यार एक अमन बचा है और एक देवांशु के 2 लोग हैं
Sriram. So Sanjay, if you can mute it, that
we took at 10th and 12th people, trained them with our training house. We have our own colleges and training place. We trained them and we absorbed them into our factories, and they were all in the locals. So they never went out. And this force helped us because let me give a difference between what we did and our competitor give. They outsource. Some gentlemen told here outsourcing is the buzzword. I agree and disagree because sometimes it helps. Sometimes in this kind of pandemic situation, it is a real risk because also after doing all the outsourcing, because of the pandemic, the entire supplier base was shut down. You can't do anything. So we have to do insourcing, we have to do outsourcing. We did all kinds of balancing work, and we ensured we try to pull in all these things. And what we did was digitalization. Like we went into what you call a supplier portal with Ariba, and we try to take some put them on board. And on logistics, let me tell you, we have almost approximately 150 distribution networks warehouses across India, because we have to ensure that no single vehicle is standing because of our battery not available. So we had that much distribution centers, and we have this distribution itself is a big industry for us. We have a 400-500 crores of business, and we had to manage all the trucks. Trucks again employed every factor, whether you call it GPS, you call main factor I would like to tell here is which helped us in success. We never go on pricing. We always, for any major item, we always ensure we have minimum 3 to 5 suppliers. Even the first suppliers give it at 100 rupees, and the third, fourth supplier give me at 200 rupees. Still, we ensure we have 5 suppliers at any point of time, because, and maybe our share of businesses will be reduced, or we may have a different share of business, but we will ensure always we have some minimum 3 to 5 suppliers for any major commodities. We buy polypropylene from Reliance. We buy lead. We are the 10th largest buyer in the world. So imagine lead pricing, how we have to be. And we buy copper, we buy tons and tons of steel, and we buy, we also buy what you call major commodities like lead, copper, steel, polypropylene, and all stuff. So we ensure always we have a share of business for at least minimum 5 suppliers, even if he is 20% higher than that. This ensure at any point of time, even one fails, we always load it and take it. This is one. We also continuously we do our sourcing strategies. We always keep other suppliers evaluated, and we don't rest in peace like this is done, so we are happy. So we keep improving our products, how to reduce cost. So when the prices of, imagine polypropylene at 80 going up to 140, steel going from 45 to 85, lead, copper going from say 500, say I would say $5,000 to $6,000 to $10,000, and none of our major OEMs are interested in giving any price increases. Trust us, trust me. Sorry, all major OEMs can easily arm twist us because we are talking to Maruti, Tata, Hyundai. All these are big players, so we cannot arm twist them. They say we will not give you. We have to ensure that we do our homework properly. We do a what you call the zero-based costing and try to do whatever best is possible. So with that, we were able to sustain last year, and we did one of the highest turnovers in our group with a not like compared to the previous year, our margins were not exactly the same. At least we were 99% near to that, but our volumes were high. And added to our problem, we had a V-shaped recovery, and no one was even ready to manage that supply chain. So again, we have to employ all our whatever strategies we had in stock, like what we said earlier, like 6 or 7, and we employed every time whatever was appropriate on that particular part of time, and that we ensured we came out successful. And even now, I will again take Mr. Subrat, because for majority of the items steel, our coking coal has gone up from $260 to, sorry, from $100 to almost $350, and iron ore has gone up from $100 to almost $180. $440 have gone up. Now China doesn't do mining because they want to have a blue sky for next year Olympics. Australia has stopped mining, and we have not stopped. We have also stopped mining. So all our prices have gone up. As being in this industry for cement, you all know better. So we had to again manage, do the stocking, strategic stocking, ensure spot booking, and ensure we all have to go. There is no single bullet in supply chain which will solve all the issues. Every bullet has to be employed, and every bullet has to be employed based on the situation. This is my submission to the team here.
So thank you, Mr. Sriram. So it's a great learning from you. I think now we are running out of time. Though there are lots of questions, I think the organizers may not allow us to take questions now.
Okay.
So Namrata, you can go ahead.
Very kind of.
Namrata, you can go ahead for the closing.
Sure. So I request all the panelists, please smile so that we can take your smile screenshots.
And send the photos to everybody.
Yeah, sure, not an issue.
But my camera is on. My camera is on. You have off my camera.
Sanjay, you have to open up your video by your own.
No, I have tried, but it is locked. But you cannot start with the video because the host has stopped it.
Probably, yeah, you can see any other application which you opened with camera. Just check out that.
I don't have any further application. It is
okay.
I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, not an issue. Thank you.
Okay, now it's open.
Yeah, now he has come. Yeah.
We can take your, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to all the
Thank you,
speakers.
everybody.
Everyone.
And
wish
everybody a happy Dasara for tomorrow.
Same to you, sir.
Happy Dasara to all.
every.
To all, and thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all. Thank you for connecting at least with a good fraternity to speak on.
So we will connect you, Mr. Sanjay, Mr. Sandeep.
Yeah, definitely. It is my pleasure.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Okay.
Thanks.
Sure, sir. Sure.
Thanks.
Now, the most awaited moment of the evening has come to an end. A precious moment with success of innovation. Inflection Awards are India's most prestigious awards in supply chain, logistics, procurement, technology, marketing, organized by Alden Global. Today, 150 plus CXOs and 50 plus attendees are watching this live on our website. Now, let's start the celebration with the first award for Chief Supply Chain Officer of the Year, Cement 2021, which goes to Sandeep Kothari from Orient Cement. I request him to receive the award and speak few words on this achievement.
Namrata, thank you very much for selecting me Chief Supply Chain Officer. And I wish we should have more programs like this so that we can share our views and discuss on the issues which are coming up with all the supply chain CXOs in that regard. Thank you very much once again.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Sandeep ji.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Sandeep.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Sandeep.
Great show.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next award for Digital Supply Chain of the Year, Pharma 2021, goes to Newland Laboratories. I request Sundaraman to receive the award and speak few words on this achievement.
Thank you so much, Alden Global and Namrata and others for choosing me for this award. It's such a wonderful thing that you are recognizing industry practitioners and those that are really based on a long set of criteria. And we should have more events like this, where there can be good exchange of ideas. And I have thoroughly enjoyed our session where there were a lot of industry. And also, thank you so much for the award. We have worked with two different engines, one for the pay cycle and one for the e-logistics platform. And both these have really come to help us significantly. So I feel that supply chain leaders to really move ahead with the digitalization path, to take advantage of all that it brings, in terms of people opportunity to supply, price discovery, and a reduced cost ultimately, and an auditability, So it gives multiple advantages, and thank you so much for this award. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, Sundar.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Next award for Chief Procurement Officer of the Year, Petrochemicals 2021, goes to Animesh Chattopadhyay from Haldia Petrochemicals. Okay, next award for Procurement Leader of the Year, Media 2021, goes to Jaswinder Saini from Tata Sky. I would like to call him and share his views on this achievement.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me this honor. I am pleased to receive this honor from all of you. And I believe this is a great platform to share our views, know about the things that are happening in supply chain as an industry, and hope to see many events like this coming up in the future. and keep it up. Thank you so much.
Congratulations,
sir.
Jaswinder.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Jaswinder, I request you to kindly smile so that we can capture this moment. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next award for Transformation Project of the Year, Consumer Goods 2021 goes to Intex Technologies. I request Manikant to receive the award and share his thoughts on this achievement.
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's been a proud privilege to receive this award from Eldon Global. I thank Eldon Global for giving such a platforms where we can share our views and we can gain knowledge and different things happening in supply chain industry. So thanks a lot for this award, nominating me for this award, and thank you for sharing such platforms. Thank you.
I request you to kindly smile so that we can capture this happy moment. Thank you. Next award for Chief Procurement Officer of the Year, Pharma 2021 goes to Madhu Talla from Ajanta Pharma. I request Dr. Madhu to come and speak few words on this achievement.
Hello.
Yeah, Madhu, you're audible.
Yeah, I am extremely humbled and honored to receive this award. It's truly encouraging, and this award is a testimony to collective effort of my team at Ajanta Pharma, and I dedicate this to my entire team at Ajanta. And I would like to thank Eldon Global for recognizing the leaders of the industry and keep doing this work. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Madhu. I request you to kindly smile. Thank you. Next award for Outstanding End-to-End Cold Chain 2021 goes to Celsius Logistics Solutions. I request Sarup to receive the award and speak few words on this achievement. Sarup, you are on mute.
Oh yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just talking while on mute. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for this. It's a pleasure being here. It's a pleasure getting this award. Cold chain is a segment that we are very highly interested in. We are developing a lot of solutions for cold chain, and working in this industry and getting it recognized on good platforms always helps. And I'm very thankful to Inflection for sending this award across, and hopefully we can continue a good association.
Congratulations, Swaroop. I request you to kindly smile so that we can take a screenshot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Namrata.
Next award for Supply Chain Finance Solution of the Year 2021 startup goes to Cash Flow. I request Aditya Ramakrishnan to come and speak few words on this achievement.
Thanks, Namrata. Thank you so much for this award. Really honored to be among such esteemed group of professionals at this forum. And thanks to Alden Global for putting this together and recognizing all the good work that has been going on across the various industries. This is our third time winning this award from Alden. So hope to make it fourth and fifth in the year from next time. And yeah, thank you so much.
Aditya, I request you to kindly smile so that we can take your smiling screenshot. Thank you. Next award for Outstanding P2P Solution of the Year 2021 goes to Techpanion Solutions Private Limited. I request Arun to come and receive the award and speak few words on this achievement.
Hey, hi everyone. Thanks Alden and the jury for recognizing Techpanion and Nimble S2P as one of the outstanding procurement and close-to-case solution. Such recognitions from the peers as well as this year has been challenging, but we have got great customer accolades and large customers who is trusting and watching for us. I think this would stand as a great motivation for us to do better work, and we hope that Nimble S2P, which is our flagship product for procure-to-pay automation, would be one of the preferred solutions in the market. And thanks for the jury as well as the elite forum here in terms of recognition. Happy Dasara to all of you and a great Diwali ahead. Thank you.
Arun, I request you to kindly smile so that we can take a smiling screenshot. Thank you.
Thank you.
The last award of the day for Startup of the Year Procurement Solution 2021 goes to Concentric Labs. I request Ashok to come and receive the award and speak few words on this achievement.
Thank you, Namrata. Hi, everyone. Concentric Labs is a very young startup. We are just an year old, and we are working on next generation and supply chain solutions, focusing on very critical areas like demand forecasting, predictive quality, predictive maintenance, commodity price forecasting, and predictive business planning. For one of our products to have won such a prestigious award at such a young age of our firm is a matter of absolute pleasure and honor for us. Thank you, Alden, and congratulations to everyone who won an award today. And happy Dashara and happy Diwali to everyone.
Congratulations, Ashok. I request you to smile so that we can capture this every moment. Thank you. Congratulations to all the awardees out there. Thank you, top leaders and delegates, for sharing your contribution and making this rich discussion. Hope you all will be able to carry the thoughts of the day to build a robust roadmap and strategies. We thank our cold chain partner, Celsius, Logistics Solution, and panel partner, Moglix. See you at our next Manufacturing Supply Chain Web Conference and Awards on 18th of November 2021. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.